Thank you. Please sit down. If you can find your seats, please, so we can make a start. Thank you. Right, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to today's budget meeting. Just to start with, I'll draw your attention, as ever, to the emergency evacuation procedure. We're not expecting any evacuations or no planned ones this afternoon, so if an alarm goes off, please leave the chamber through your nearest exit, and we congregate on College Green, just out by the cathedral. In terms of COVID precautions, everyone hopefully is seated at least a metre apart, and we're all advised to wear face masks unless exempt or speaking. There are also other precautions in place, including having the windows and doors open, as those of you on the back row will be only too well aware. Just to note for everybody, in addition to the main agenda pack for today's meeting, some supplementary information has been published, including all of the amendments received, the Equalities Impact Assessments and the report from the Resources Scrutiny Commission. And all of that information can be found on this meeting page on the Council website or via the ModGov app for councillors. Item 2 is apologies, and we've received apologies from councillors Ali, Denyer, English, O'Rourke, Stone, Leslie Alexander, Hartley, Bales and Jama. Are there any other apologies from the floor? No, thank you very much, in which case we move to item 3, declarations of interest. And can I ask, please, whether any councillors have any interest to declare regarding items on today's agenda? Nobody, okay. Item 4, then, is minutes of the previous meeting, and I move that the minutes of the previous meeting held on the 11th of January 2022 are a correct record. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Galandris.
My Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Galandris. Oh, apologies.
Sorry, the minutes state that I made a declaration of interest with regards to the motion on renting. I did initially indicate that I was declaring an interest, but then it was clarified that members could seek clarification from the officer at a future adjournment break in the proceedings, which I did, and I was present for that item.
Okay, thank you. Do we want to withdraw those and bring them back to the meeting? Or can you... Okay. In which case, just to be clear then, I will re-move that we agree the minutes, including that clarification. And
happy to second that. Yeah.
Seconded, thank you very much. In which case, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? Good, then those minutes are agreed. Thank you very much for that. Agenda item 5 is Lord Mayor's business. And I'll ask Council now to formally acknowledge the sad death of former Councillor Margaret Stamper. Alderman Stamper was first elected to serve the people of Stockwood in 1979. She represented that ward until 1995 before standing down and being made an honorary alderman later that year. We also mark the passing of former City Councillor Roderick Davidson. Mr Davidson was elected as a member of the Citizen Party and represented Clifton Ward from 1969 to 74. He remained active in Bristol, was appointed to the bench in 1976 and served as High Sheriff at Avon in 1981. Councillor Eddy, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As the father of the House, I had the privilege of paying tribute to past councillors, though only actually Councillor Holland and myself will recall Councillor Stamper in this chamber. In a way, you certainly marked the key parts of their careers in your introductory remarks, Lord Mayor. I'll send you the cheque later, of course. But Margaret Stamper, as you said, represented the people of Stockwood for 16 years until she stood down. She served on a clutch of committees, including the Housing and Airport Committee. In truth, I do not remember her being particularly party political. She was one of those members who stoically just represented her constituents to the best of her ability without fear and favour, and there's nothing wrong with that at all. There is also a strong synergy between Margaret Stamper and today's Circuit councillors, John Hucker and Graham Morris. Back in the 80s, John Hucker, Graham's older brother Robert, little Rob to us then, and myself were active members of the local Young Conservative branch. We were all close friends of Margaret's daughter, Lisanne. Indeed, to this day, I think I bear the marks, the bruises which he inflicted on my body, but that, my Lord Mayor, is a different story for later. Shortly before Margaret stood down from Stockwood, Graham's late father, David, was elected for Avon County Council. I think I'm right, Lord Mayor, in saying that his victory was only 2 national wins for the Tory party. Gosh, we were popular in John Major's day, weren't we? Of course, later David and Graham Morris briefly served together as city councillors for Stockwood. I think it must have been unique in Bristol's history to have both father and son representing the same ward at the same time. So both John Hucker and Graham Morris are strongly linked to the late Margaret Stamper, and we send our sincere condolences to Margaret's family on the passing of this dedicated councillor. In truth, former councillor Rod Davidson was even a little before my time. In fact, he was elected in '66, the same year as Alderman Peter Abraham, and Sophie Clifton until '74. Later in '81, he was High Sheriff of Avon County Council, and we send our condolences to his family, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Reddy. At this point, I'd invite members please to stand and observe a minute's silence in memory of Alderman Stamper and former Councillor Davidson. Thank you. We turn now to agenda item 6, which is public forum. Now, within the Constitution, there is no provision for public forum at this budget meeting. However, as indicated on the agenda, it has been agreed that petitions and written statements about the budget and reports on this agenda can be submitted. We've received 54 written statements by the deadline, which I believe are listed on the screen. There they are. These statements have all been circulated to councillors and to the Mayor prior to this meeting, and full council notes those statements. And that brings us to agenda item 7, the main business for today, the budget report. I'd like to refer members to the budget procedure document, which was published in the agenda papers and is available on the website, and paper copies of that procedure should be in the public gallery to help people follow what's happening. Now, as this procedure technically varies from our standing orders, I need to ask full council to formally agree to suspend those relevant standing orders and allow the budget procedure to take place. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? Good. Okay. We'll start then with section 1 of the procedure, and I invite now Mayor Rees to introduce, summarise and move the budget report. Mayor Rees, you have up to 15 minutes.
Thanks very much, Lord Mayor, and welcome, councillors, members of the public, press as well. So Craig's going to go into more detail on the specifics, if I can get the word out, of this budget. But I want to start by thanking Craig, the finance team, cabinet, and the group for all the work that's gone into taking this challenge on. It's been an incredibly challenging process to go through in a very challenging context. The context is unprecedented, actually, in both its scale and complexity.
Okay. Excuse me. In the public gallery, we do need to ask you to remain quiet, please, so that the Mayor can be heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So the budget I present today is over £3.8 billion, including our Bristol Capital Programme. We promised to deliver for Bristol. New homes, transport solutions. We were unapologetic in our ambition for the city, but we wanted to retain, because it was core to who we are, that core commitment to tackling the city's entrenched inequalities and to ensure that any success Bristol has is one that everyone can participate in. And that is certainly not being a part of the city's past in the way that all of us in this chamber, I'm sure, would have hoped. And we've committed to giving Bristol a council that is in the best possible shape. That means it is financially competent, and it means our internal culture within this organisation is one that enables our workforce to truly thrive and, by extension, do their best for the city. So we've approached city leadership as a whole through an understanding that what people receive from Bristol is not the result of any single organisation or any single service. People's life chances and the city's fortunes are the product of the wider determinants of life, to borrow a phrase from public health. And this is why today, I urge everyone to approach this budget as a whole budget. And that is why this is a housing budget. One of the single most significant interventions we can make for health in Bristol to tackle poverty, climate and ecological challenges. There's £1.8 billion invested in council homes, £80 million to make homes more energy efficient, £12 million for affordable homes in the general fund. And it's why this budget prioritises flagship frontline services, children's centres, protected, libraries, protected, adult social care schemes, such as Better Lives, in which we've invested in technology-enabled care. We're adapting Home Choice to prioritise housing for adults with needs, and the We Work for Everyone initiative, helping adults with learning difficulties into employment. And on education, we bring through new specialist provision for children with SEND and wrapping around support for holiday activity for our children and young people. On our capital programme, we've a focus on delivering an ambitious carbon and ecological strategies. We move closer to getting the modern flood defences we need and that could help unlock land for 13,000 homes. And we invest in our leisure facilities, modernising and expanding facilities that serve the most people and the most deprived communities in Bristol. And we have spending that underpins the strengthening of Bristol's cultural offer. We've retained the council tax reduction scheme, an example, I suggest, to national government of just how you stand by the most vulnerable as they all face up, and we all face up, to the cost of living crisis. And in fact, we are one of the only cities to offer up to 100% off your council tax, something which supports 40,000 families in Bristol and costs us over £40 million. In line with this, we've doubled the budget for our local crisis fund, which offers upfront support for families for crisis situations around fuel bills, school uniforms and groceries. This helps around 4,500 families in Bristol. And we continue to lobby nationally for more progressive government policy, covering its relationship with local government and in those areas where government policy directly impacts on our citizens, in national insurance and universal credit, as just two examples. But I won't pretend this budget is brought forward today without pain. The reasons local authorities of all political colours have argued against entrenched austerity, which has disproportionately been levelled on the backs of local government, is because we understand that what local government does matters and it has to be paid for. Central government and local government in particular, and cities in particular, central government is letting us down. And we've had 12 years of disinvestment now. Craig and the team did incredible work to get us to a 5-year balanced budget, which was previously presented and adopted by full council. But this has been challenged by the impact of the global pandemic, the loss of revenues and the increase in demand that this has brought about. The £19.5 million shortfall left by the government's autumn statement had to be found in Bristol. The government assumes a maximum council tax increases in their calculations while also reducing our central grant. Whatever is said here today, there is no alternate reality where the £19 million does not have to be found. Frustratingly, as much as we were not given the money we need, we're also not given the certainty. We still wait for confirmation on government funding for capital projects, while competing and hoping for results from bids for funds to deliver services to our most vulnerable people. It's simply no way to run the country. And our constant challenge to government is to take local government beyond this model in which we're thrown into a competition for finite funds, a zero-sum competition against other local authorities. And these challenges are carried into the Levelling Up white paper. Long awaited, it did contain some admirable bits, things we've talked about in Bristol for a long time. It talked about narrowing the differences in life expectancy, improving educational outcomes, and restoring a sense of pride in place. But we're left with too little clarity on how we'll actually get there. It doesn't help us make the difficult decisions about who gets what or who pays for it. It holds back on an evidence base for the communities and groups it wants to level up, threatening to base it on naked politics instead. And it fails to add some nuance to the geographical inequalities that are often talked about. Local governments across the country have been arguing for the reality that there are some groups of people, including in the south of the country, who are left behind and in lead level wherever they live, even if they are in the north. And any approach to levelling up has to respect the geographical inequalities, but it has to respect the fact that some people get left behind wherever they are. So this is the context in which we're operating. There is no alternate reality away from austerity. There is no alternate reality in which we did not have the pandemic and all its consequences for local government finance. There is no alternate reality in which we don't have the cost of living crisis. And there is no alternate reality where we do not have to meet our legal responsibility to balance this budget. So in that space, in this policy, national government policy vacuum, we've set out how we intend to take the city forward, reflecting our Labour values and our promises to the city. Building homes, financial responsibility with taxpayers' money, promoting sustainable, inclusive economic growth that tackles poverty, prioritising and protecting our citizens, in particularly the most vulnerable, reducing the city's carbon footprint and promoting and protecting wildlife, and leading the council to become a development organisation. Now, I'll say of today, as always, we'll listen to the amendments tabled and we'll consider taking forward any solutions that respect the city and grapple with the fullness and the complexity of the challenges Bristol faces and this administration has to deal with. We have today to put the city first. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now move to section 2 of the procedure, and I'll ask Councillor Cheney, Cabinet Member and Deputy Mayor for Finance, Governance and Performance, to second the budget report.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I rise to second the budget. 2 years ago, we had a 5-year plan, a balanced budget for 5 years with just the tail of older savings proposals left to be delivered. We knew that the adult social care crisis was still being ignored nationally and that year on year, councils were being forced to pick up the slack in both adults and children's social care, causing pressures throughout both the systems. But through a range of income rises and careful financial stewardship, we felt that we could ride that storm. Then the pandemic hit. The government provided much needed support through the height of the pandemic, and we have been able to close the past 2 years in a reasonably healthy position considering the circumstances. This year and further ahead, however, we are on our own. With no further support in the offing, with shrinking income streams, escalating inflation and with hugely increasing costs, the gap between what comes in and what goes out has risen sharply and in a very short time frame. The increasing cost of our energy alone is running into the millions of pounds. The increasing numbers and complexity of those requiring social care is running into the millions of pounds. This has left us with a budget deficit of 19.5 million for 2022-23. After 12 years of austerity and round after round of savings and reductions, it isn't easy to find more. The Mayor and this administration have worked hard with officers to find a range of options, some of which we are able to introduce quickly and ready for the start of the year, some of which require further work and consultation and so have been weighted to allow for those that don't get delivered or are altered significantly following consultation and don't make the level of saving or income anticipated. This means that there are more savings proposed than the total budget gap and that we are using reserves to bridge through the effect of part-year savings and so on. With all that in mind, this report proposes a net general fund revenue budget in 22-23 of 431.1 million, and to finance the budget outlined above, savings and efficiencies of 17.9 million are identified for 22-23 and 34 million over the medium term. And the council's element of the council tax is proposed to increase next year by 2.99%, which includes the adult social care precept of 1%. All of that said, we continue to protect the council tax reduction scheme, protecting as much as we can those that can least afford it from the escalating cost of living crisis. We have found ways to maintain the local crisis prevention fund. We have protected children's centres despite the national picture, and we have created a new decarbonisation fund allowing us to decarbonise our estate and fleet. We have also created a new investor save fund, making sure we can continue to improve the way we do things to save us money and therefore protect services for the future. Our investment in the city through the wider capital programme continues to deliver on our ambitions and the needs of the city. Over the life of the capital programme, we will be delivering, amongst other things, a further 27 million to support SEND school placements, 3 million into children's social care settings, nearly 5 million into parks and green spaces, 23 million in flood defences for Avonmouth and Sevenside, over 4 million in South Bristol and Filwood Green Business Park 2. The regeneration of Bedminster Green, the South Bristol Recycling and Reuse Centre, the redevelopment of the Bristol Beacon, over 55 million in highways and traffic infrastructure improvements, and over 100 million in general fund investment into new housing, not including the 1.8 billion we are investing in housing through the HRA budget, which we'll hear about. Overall, whilst there are things in this budget that, were we properly funded, we wouldn't have to do, I am proud that we continue to protect the support and those services that the most vulnerable in Bristol need, whilst continuing to invest in the city for the future, and I offer my thanks to officers and colleagues who have worked so hard to pull this together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on then to section 3 of the procedure, each party group will in turn respond to the budget proposals, and there's time allocation of 7 minutes per group. So I'll call first on Councillor Pearce to respond to the Mayor's budget proposals on behalf of the Labour Group.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Let the coughing and spluttering begin. I want to thank Councillor Cheney, the Mayor and all the officers for the work they've put into this budget. Importantly, I want to thank the councillors on the Resource Scrutiny Committee for their work as well. Before we start with the petty party politicking, let's remind ourselves of the situation we're in. We've now had over a decade of austerity. £15 billion in funding has been cut from councils between 2010 and 2020. Annual cost pressure increases will cost councils £2.6 billion more per year to maintain services at their current level. Our core spending power is being increased by 2.1%, but when you take inflation into account, this represents a 2.2% cut in real terms. Allow me to translate that. Having to make budget savings is sadly inevitable. Government's model for the financing of local government is broken, and until it's fixed, councils around the country won't have the financial stability and predictability that their and our citizens need. We and many of our vital services are left to rely on the uncertainty of grants and on competitive funding. And that leaves councils all facing the same problems. We're left fighting amongst ourselves for funding like ferrets in a sack. We can surely all agree, whatever our political stripe, that this needs to change. But we are where we are. And we have a legal duty to set a balanced budget. There's no getting away from that. There's no hiding from it. I won't let you. And there's no point trying to shy away from our legal responsibilities for the sake of having a bit of a pop at Labour. I confidently anticipate mudslinging from the opposition, but it's right to acknowledge our finances compared to other cities. Our position is not unique. There are other cities in much more difficult positions, which is quite something considering the black hole the old mayor left in our finances, and I commend our administration for being able to achieve that. And this has been acknowledged by councillors from all parties. Considering the circumstances, I am unapologetically proud of what we've been able to put forward here today. Even the most difficult decisions aren't being proposed to be overturned. In the amendments before us today. And those amendments don't touch the bulk of the budget. I appreciate that a significant amount is for statutory duties, but the general fund is 400 million this year, plus £1 billion for capital investment. The housing revenue account is nearly 300 million this year, plus 1.8 billion for capital investment. Yet the most expansive amendment is for all of about £3 million. This surely shows that, and I hesitate to quote the Prime Minister, that we've got the big calls right. But this isn't to say we should support some of the, quite frankly, baffling and ill-conceived amendments. It's quite remarkable that after a decade of austerity and inadequate funding from government, that this budget still manages to protect frontline services. The council tax reduction scheme that protects the worst off from paying council tax during a cost of living crisis maintains the 100% rate. We are the only core city to do this. Our libraries and children's centres remain open and invested in. And despite these financial constraints, just look at what we've managed to do in the first half of February alone. The biggest council housing scheme in a generation. The first new train station in almost a century. A strategy to double Bristol's tree canopy. A livable neighbourhood programme. A scheme to make a haven for bees and butterflies in the bear pit. Progress on plans for mass transit. I could go on. I've got a long list, but we've got a long night ahead of us. All this ambition is down to two things. Reason one, having an elected mayor with the power to cut through the pettiness I anticipate we'll see here tonight. I don't believe that Bristolians want all of the city's policies to go through the same partisan mess that this annual budget seems destined for. And reason two, having a Labour administration that has turned the council into a politically led machine that can deliver on the priorities that Bristolians voted for in May. Our ambition is reflected in the housing budget, which you'll have the opportunity to approve or block later. £1.8 billion investment in council homes, including 80 million for retrofitting, 12.5 million to upgrade tenants' bathrooms. Huge sums of money to help address the housing and climate emergencies, which all parties opposite and around acknowledge. I would like to remind you that if you vote against the general fund, the housing budget falls, and that 1.8 billion is a much bigger number than 19 million. You aren't allowed to cherry pick, you aren't allowed to associate yourselves with the undeniably good bits while distancing yourself from the tough decisions. Responsible representatives, thank you, my Lord Mayor. Responsible representatives face up to tough decisions. It's time to face up to the tough decisions. Your alternative is to write my next leaflet for me.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce. Just before I call Councillor Mack, can I say to people in the public gallery, I appreciate many people in the room have strong views about what's being discussed today, but it is very distracting for members trying to listen to the debate if people are talking loudly in the gallery. So, once again, can I ask you please, you're very welcome to be here, and I want to have people here today, but you do need to sit quietly and listen to the debate. I'll now call Councillor Mack to respond to the budget proposals on behalf of the Green Group.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to the officers and everyone who has worked on this budget. As the leader of currently the largest group on the council, I'm very pleased to be able to speak on this budget and importantly our amendments to it. Greens have a vision for Bristol which is clearly shared by the city, as we received the most votes in the local elections last year. Our city has so much to offer in tackling the climate emergency, as we did by leading the way when we first declared an emergency in this room in 2018. Our vision is for a city with a sustainable public transport system, and I'm not talking about an underground pipe dream that might be 20 years away. I'm talking about much improved buses, perhaps trams and safe cycle and walking routes across the city. Simple, tried and tested solutions that work and can be rolled out quickly. Our vision is for a city that embeds prioritising the environment and our ecological impact in all our actions and decisions, from how we heat our offices to the food we serve. And our vision is for a livable city, one where good homes are affordable for both born and bred Bristolians and for those who make Bristol their home, including refugees. As a renter myself and someone who grew up in a council house, I want people to have good homes, not expensive investments. From statue topplers to petition signers, protesters and political party members, our city is an opinionated one. And that is something we should welcome in this chamber, as we're all probably quite opinionated ourselves. Engaging with different views can be difficult sometimes. And believe me, the opinions of even those on these benches behind me can be challenging at times, but that challenge does lead to good decision making. I want a city where everybody feels listened to, where their opinion matters and where we come together to change things. So I welcome the recommendations of the Citizens' Assembly, and I hope the administration decides to listen as well. Embedded within all these priorities must be a commitment to equality. Not all voices are heard equally. Not everyone has the same opportunity to live in a decent house. Not everyone will be impacted equally by the climate crisis. Now, does this budget get us towards that vision for the city? Only in parts. As the largest group on the council, I imagined we would work with Labour on this budget. Our parties have so much in common. We want social, economic and environmental justice. But inexplicably, we have been excluded from this process. And as I understand, many of Labour's own councillors were. As our candidate for mayor often said, when making a pitch for a cross-party cabinet, no party has the monopoly on good ideas. Where are the voices from our diverse group of 70 councillors in this budget? We were all elected to represent our communities, and I'm not sure we've been allowed to do that here. Perhaps it's the mayoral system that's led to only the mayor and a select clique of councillors having ownership of this budget. Despite asking 1,001 questions as Joint Shadow Cabinet Member for Finance and the Vice Chair of Budget Scrutiny, I don't feel I've been given the information to fully understand the decisions in this budget. Far too many of the proposed savings are guesstimated. Money is put in earmarked reserves with no real explanation or business case, and the relevant detail is just not shared. I've reached out to all parties in the run-up to this meeting, as I believe in a more collaborative form of politics, and I am trying to build that here. There are things I like about this budget. Greens welcome the plans to deliver more genuinely affordable and council homes. Overall, we support the ambition and the commitment to improved energy efficiency in our existing and new homes, whilst recognising we have challenges to meet the goal of net zero carbon. There's a significant increase in the commitment to decarbonisation of councils' buildings and vehicles. There's little detail about this yet, but I can assure you the Greens will be keeping a close eye, and we welcome this capital spend. Provision of adult social care is the most significant challenge within this budget. And it's an area where we have seen collaborative working when those difficult decisions need to be made. But there's also much in this budget that I'm concerned about. There's a lot of perhaps two, quickly developed savings proposals, which have not had time to be worked through. Massive cuts to jobs and office space will have a significant impact on how we operate, as will cuts to unions. Even the Tories agree that there needs to be a balance of power between unions and employers, and they are concerned that we're losing that here. Cuts to things like disabled parking bays are really concerning from an equality perspective. And whilst the Mayor's budget is making all these cuts, it is holding far more than we need to in reserves. Yes, reserves can only be used to cover a revenue gap for a year or two, but many of these savings are so ill-contrived, so they desperately need a year or two to think them through. I've heard time and time again from cabinet members how little time we've had to make these decisions. I do not believe that making these cuts whilst putting money in the bank is prudent. Cuts like these will reduce our resilience as a city. Bristol's human capital, as it were, versus financial capital. As councillors, we must have this holistic view, not just look at the bank balance. We've proposed a number of amendments to stop some of the most damaging cuts and to move us towards a green vision. We are proposing using reserves to delay staff cuts and cuts to union budget to give us a lot more time to consider them. We are proposing an innovative idea to improve care provision and save money. With a truly sustainable transport system, we'll need increased traffic enforcement, more school streets and residence parking schemes we are proposing. We want to protect disabled parking bays and reopen public toilets, as we know there's a lot of work to do to make our city truly accessible. We want to see community infrastructure levy money used across the city to improve parks and roads in all the areas impacted by development. If these amendments pass, many of my group, who are not whipped to vote in a certain way, could allow this budget to pass. However, in future years, I hope that cabinet members and the Mayor will remember that my door is always open, and the budget is a decision for the whole council. So let's find our shared vision and build future budgets on that.
Thank you. I now call Councillor Weston to respond to the budget proposals on behalf of the Conservative Group.
Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor. And I'm afraid just before I start on what will no doubt be a witty sermon that you are all here to enjoy, can I wish you happy birthday? Did you really think that we weren't going to mark the occasion for you, my Lord Mayor? Little did I think that anything could top my 30th birthday, when I spent it in a council meeting. But you, sir, get to enjoy not only a council meeting, but one without a time limit, because we've suspended standing orders. Happy birthday, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much.
I would sing to you, but it sounds like a warthog drowning in porridge, so I won't. I should also point out, it is also Henry's birthday. He's run off. He obviously has heard me sing. Thank you very much. Now to bring it a bit more serious note. In the north of the city, we have a regular problem in Henbury. There's a strange smell fills the nostrils. It's like a bouquet of rancid. And I've often wondered where it comes from. We previously had assumed that it had come from somewhere in the industrial estate. But I'm starting to wonder whether it's a stench of hypocrisy coming from this chamber. I have to admire Councillor Pearce, who stood up and, before we start petty party politicking, and he then began petty party politicking. That's a certain level of chutzpah that I envy. Congratulations. Indeed, indeed. I've always loved it as well when the Labour Party trot out and they talk about austerity. You often conveniently forget the situation that the country was in that induced that austerity and the part you played in it. Or you don't forget, you just repeat it anyway. Oh, okay, that's good to know. You also seem to forget the money that obviously would now be quite convenient that we spent on the energy company, or the tens of millions we're going to pump into the Colston Hall Beacon project. You're always going to forget that. That would be inconvenient for you, I suppose. We have lived through unprecedented times. There's no doubt about it in the last 2 years. It's a strange one where we are living in a period that's going to be taught from textbooks about everything. But it's been unprecedented in the impact, but it also was unprecedented in the level of support we got. You can't deny that either. In fact, it was alluded to, and I appreciate that, Councillor Cheney. But at some point, life changes. I didn't know I had a soundtrack. I could have picked it better. I'll take it. I'll take it. I prefer Johnny Cash, if anyone is lining up the next one. Now, we on this side of the chamber do want to put the city first, which is why we have had conversations with other parties about the amendments and everything today. What was quite strange, deafening, is not a single approach came from the Labour Party on anything. Now, my son is 7, but he's pretty good at maths. Now, he can work out that 24 isn't a majority in a chamber of 70. So we would have thought at some point the conversation would have been had. I know the Mayor didn't mention it this time, but he's always talking about how we need to reach out and work together. Not a single approach to anybody, I don't think. But you actually do need at this point our support. Unless, of course, you're putting that petty party politicking ahead of, let me see if I got this right, the priority for the city. Why didn't you reach out? There are issues. There are good bits in the budget, actually. I'm not going to decry all of it. There are some bad bits to it too, but working together, at the very least, you'd have our hands in the blood, wouldn't you? But you didn't come with it to us at all. What you do is you've announced big things like, happy birthday, you missed it. For those who can't see, Henry is now back. You do things like the housing strategy. It's wonderful to announce a housing strategy. It's better to build them. And I'm afraid we have a little lack of faith here that you'll ever hit your housing targets because you've not done it yet. You keep talking about it. You're given it a grander vision in the future. The sunlit uplands. You've yet to actually travel up the hill. Deliver it. Then we might have faith in you. So we're going to come to the budget process itself. Now, we are moving amendments, and we think they're going to make it better. But to sit there and say that the amendments are small when they're multi-million is a bit rich. But also, when you think about officers don't engage with councillors until the 19th of January, and we have to have our amendment in on the 4th, you have dozens and dozens of officers working up a budget over months. We get 2 weeks and 2 officers. I'd like to think that what happened to the budget at the end of that kind of process. So what we do is we come forward with the best we can that shows an indication of the direction that we think you're getting wrong. And this city is being left behind in part, a large part. It's called the suburbs. Everything seems to flow to the centre, where those of us in the suburbs get the crumbs, the specks that are thrown out at the end of it when you finally remember, oh, there are voters out there. You only have to look what happened in the Southmead by-election. Suddenly all kinds of decisions were rushed out for that one. Anyone think there was an election on? It reminded me a little of Brislington, when there were sudden announcements in Brislington just before an election. Anyone would think that you were playing petty party politicking. But I know you don't do that. So our amendment today is to try and restore a little bit of that balance. We do believe that public toilets need to be reopened. We believe that our parks have been so valuable in lockdowns, need to be invested in, if only to get back to, from the wear and tear they've endured during lockdown. When actually, I'm happy to say the city has rediscovered a love for the outdoors. But that does create wear and tear. We want to invest in our secondary shopping centres. If we believe in livable communities, then those secondary shopping centres need to be better. They need to be at a higher spec. They need to be places people want to go and can get to easily across the city. They need to be transport improvements. And actually, we're going to be talking on that later when we talk about our amendment and the A418 and the CPNN. 10,000 houses on the edge of the city, and yet we only ever talk about the main corridor in, not everything else that's going to scatter from it. And of course, our amendment on the Iron Bridge. After 6 years, wouldn't it be nice to do something? But then again, maybe you'll just announce another strategy, which will be all talk All thunder, but very little lightning. My Lord Mayor, this budget at the moment is deeply flawed, and it leaves too many of our areas and our communities behind in the pursuit of the Mayor's petty party politicking here today. I think we can do better, and hopefully with these amendments we will. Thank you very much.
Please don't. I now call on Councillor Clark to respond to the budget on behalf of the Liberal Democrat Group.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. This year has given us as a city and country some real challenges, and Bristol has not been spared. But unfortunately, we have also layered on top of the pandemic pain our own administration's poor financial management and ill-conceived decision-making processes. We do not need to go through the tawdry detail today, but it is worth making reference to the millions wasted on the Arena project. Officially, around 12 million. Bristol Energy, depending on who you talk to, the sum wasted there ranges between 38 million and 50 million. And the Bristol Beacon overspend, which is ongoing. Then we have the Mayor's vanity projects, such as the Underground, and so the list goes on. I'm really sad that this budget is a further example of a report with a singular lack of detail, an example of which being the cuts and the effects on the museum service. I note that there is a proposal to cut home to school transport for young people, which affects the most vulnerable children in our community. This is a service that cannot be cut at a whim. This is also a statutory right for our young people. I would like to just make a comment about the lateness of the information being available to members. This smacks of an administration who are not willing to be transparent for the public good. And this is not the only example in recent weeks of this administration not communicating with its members. I would just like to cite Hengrove Park development plans. Their briefing, the members' briefing, was the only way that they found out basically was through the press, and that is not acceptable if you want transparency and good communication. And in my ward, Brislington West, the A4 consultation, where we have been refused information as recent examples. These are just recent examples of where the Labour group wish to accuse me of misleading them. This is tangible information and evidence. The Liberal Democrats have considered the budget before us carefully and reflected on the challenges of the pandemic, and this is why our budget amendment is modest this year. We feel that it is not time to indulge in vanity projects to support election campaigns. Just to mention, again, Brislington Meadows and their big announcement to save Doncaster Road Park in Southmead. It makes me think that there must be a by-election coming down the tracks. The Liberal Democrats are more interested in serving the public good across the city, as residents have seen this too often from the Mayor, making big announcements just to win council seats. Sorry, just call me cynical, but residents have seen this too many times and they do not deserve to be treated like this anymore. So we come to today's budget meeting. This council is made up of 70 councillors, as we all know, and the budget making process should be a democratic one where amendments can be voted on, so we have had a cross-party input. But I fear this year that the democratic process could be thrown out the window, with not 70 councillors passing the budget, but the decision resting on one person, the Mayor. And this cannot be right. It feels like today is going to be a charade, with the Mayor just being in a position of being able to reject the democratic process at a whim. My group and other groups here today are happy to work cross-party for the good of the city, But I fear the Mayor is going to do his best to show the citizens of Bristol why we should not continue with the mayoral system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I now call Councillor Hopkins to respond on behalf of the Knoll Community Party.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I share a lot of the comments made from opposition groups. I think I might refer firstly to the first stage that we actually have of the quality of life survey, which has been running for a number of years in this city and is an objective measure of what people actually think about the city and about its administration. Only 1 in 4 people questioned think that the council gives value for money. 1 in 4. There's a minority, a smallish minority, who actually think that having a mayor has made the system better. There's a bigger number who think that it hasn't. And basically, I think the key to this debate today is for everybody to actually understand that we've got to change the way that things are actually done. As has actually been said, very difficult to fundamentally change all the things that are actually wrong with this budget in about 10 days of examination and discussion. Can't actually be done. So we need to be in a position where, come May, we make certain that that system of centralised control from an ivory tower actually changes. We are a community party looking at what representing our community, and basically there's been numerous examples where the centralised, unconnected, ill-informed decision-making has affected us extremely badly, and the same applies to lots of other areas around the city. We can look at what's happened with the arena and now the huge amount of money that's been subsidised into the South Gloucester arena. I worry when I look at the deal that's been done to make certain we subsidise rents to LNG at Temple Meads in the replacement. Is it a good idea to be guaranteeing rents for 40 years the way that the market is actually starting to move in terms of people working from home? The energy company has been mentioned. That would never have got to the stage that it did in anything but a mayoral system. Absolutely shocking. And the Labour members need to remember that they actually covered up for that when they all voted to actually say you can't have a proper inquiry. Well, eventually the outside auditors did give a reasoned judgment and showed exactly what was wrong and what was going wrong. But I'm afraid that what we actually suffer from is an administration with a huge centralised mayoral office where everything has to go through, otherwise it doesn't happen, and in actual fact that slows things down. That's a huge cost, and a spin machine that's completely out of control. What actually comes out in announcements makes Boris Johnson's announcements look dependable and realistic. I mean, it really is absolutely ludicrous. There are good things in this budget, obviously, but I'm afraid we're in a position where you just cannot depend on anything or any of the information that comes out from the administration at all. And that is a sad day for Bristol. We won't change it all today, but we can change it all on the 5th of May, and I hope that everybody will do so. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll move now to section 4 of the procedure. A report on behalf of the Overview and Scrutiny Management Board was published as a supplement to this agenda on Friday, on the 11th of February. And I'll now invite Councillor Dyer, who I think will be followed by Councillor Gollop, to present comments on behalf of that board and on behalf of the Resources Scrutiny Commission. Councillor Dyer.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I want to take a brief moment to mention the importance of effective scrutiny, not just at budget time, but throughout the civic year. An effective scrutiny process improves understanding and decision-making across the whole council, not just of those being scrutinised, but also of the scrutineers. But in order to be effective, there needs to be a mutual respect and recognition of each other's responsibilities and duties as elected representatives. As the role of local authorities becomes ever more complex, the assistance of an effective but adaptable scrutiny environment becomes ever more necessary. and this is a theme I intend to return to in a future meeting. But for now, I will defer to Councillor Jeff Gollop of the Resources Scrutiny to go through the budget scrutiny process.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Tony. The Budget Working Group met 9 times to receive briefings on the budget and medium-term financial plan, and then convened twice as the Resources Scrutiny Commission to question officers and cabinet members. And all members wanted to welcome the openness from cabinet and officers. We specifically wish to thank Mike Jackson and Denise Murray and their teams for all their contributions supporting our meetings, and indeed thank Councillor Craig Cheney and all his cabinet colleagues who attended our meetings and answered our questions, and that was much appreciated. The comments that follow have been agreed by all parties, not petty, not political, all parties that attended the budget meetings. They're intended to inform members when considering the budget. We all accepted the budget's a complex process, and it's dealt with in a highly professional way. But backbench members repeatedly found it difficult to follow figures, and a request was made for more detailed cross-referencing. My Lord Mayor, members noted that budget amendments often required more detail than is available in the budget document, and that the provision of headline amalgamated figures means there is often insufficient detail of the line-by-line budget. The working group have offered to work with officers to improve this. Members recognise there have been many years of savings and staff reductions. There's concern the deletion of vacant posts may contribute to additional staff pressures, and further concern about the capacity of the organisation to deal with new challenges with the further management reductions. We recognise that the budget gap was quantified later than usual, and that the savings have not been prepared as rigorously as in past years. This could lead to significant risks on the delivery of the budget. Many of the savings proposals are subject to consultation, and in reality are unlikely to make a contribution until 23-24. Just as some examples, members felt uncomfortable with the savings on trade union time, which appeared to be a cut from the corporate budget, and departments will be deciding whether or not to make savings elsewhere to fund trade union time. There was member support to retain the current 30-minute free parking. Budget pressures were appreciated, but this saving proposal could undermine the economic recovery in our communities. It also has to be said the proposed charge for disabled parking was a very significant cause for concern. Members recognise the massive progress made within adult care in understanding the supply and demand issues and monitoring cost. But we also recognise that demand is growing, staffing issues are unlikely to ease, and therefore we fear continued spending pressures which may not have been fully reflected in the budget. Members also had concerns about the pressures created by the higher needs block and the dedicated schools grant, and recognised that this is not sustainable. The continuing growth of the overspend being carried forward is a significant financial risk, and the projected overspend in March 23 is a financial threat, particularly when the Council has so many special needs assessments outstanding. We feel this area needs serious and immediate attention. The future of the DSG deficit has led to uncertainty over the Council's reserves policy, and in particular the increase in general reserves to effectively cover the SEND deficit. It's unclear whether the Council is liable. If it is, the deficit should be written off now. If it's not, carrying sufficient reserves is effectively an offer to pay. Members also welcomed the capital strategy and the renewed commitment to spend the capital programme in year. But we couldn't help questioning whether we may not have the same level of spending shortfall in future years. Serious concerns were also expressed about the impact of inflation on the capital programme and whether sufficient allowance had been made. The detailed consultation on the housing revenue account was welcomed by members, as were the proposed investments in new homes. But my Lord Mayor, members were concerned that the Council company's business plans were not approved by Cabinet before this full Budget Council meeting. That doesn't seem right. Members raised concerns about the funding of the One City project, and in particular funding of the One City governance review. Members asked what involvement scrutiny would have in this governance review, which the Council appear to be paying for. I could go on, my Lord Mayor, but I'm going to conclude now. First of all, I would like to thank all the backbenchers who've worked so well together throughout this process in the Task and Finish group. It's been a really positive group to work with, and I hope everyone's felt that it's played some part in helping our discussions today. I want to end by emphasising once again, these are cross-party comments representing a collective consensus of concern. I've tried to word them to reflect that consensus, and I hope members will take these views into consideration in the debate that follows. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gollop and Councillor Dyer. Mayor Rees, would you like to respond to what has been said in debate so far?
Yeah, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. There's a lot, well, there isn't a lot thrown up actually, but there are many points swirling around. I'm just thinking about how to come in. So it seems like some of the main kind of challenge thrown out here is around collaboration. So I'll just share a few things. They're not party political, it's just about being a human being, right? So Councillor Weston, who, when we chat, we have fun, it's all good, said, if you delivered, we trust, or words to that effect. And our point has constantly been, in the chamber, right, I have a finite amount of time. My time is loaned to me by the city. The city wants results. I need to invest my time in solutions that get results, not nonsense. So the point is, yes, you get that, but I would throw that back to you. If you turn up with solutions, we've got time, we've got collaboration time. And in fact, this has happened just recently. You brought us an issue on the bus lane in your ward. We came out to see it. Yeah, you were right, and we're taking action on it, right? That's collaboration in action. That is a constructive approach that we're willing to engage with. So if anyone's receiving the flavour from what you said, that doesn't happen, and that's demonstrably untrue. When solutions are brought, we look at it, and if it's right, we'll move and give you the credit for it. Happy, it's all over your leaflets. That's fantastic because it's the solution we saw that was right. The second thing I'd say is if we want collaboration, right, we have to make sure that debate is meaningful. I'd say this to my children, right? So what we've had today is even, and particularly, I'd expect it from Councillor Hopkins, I know that, but you kind of have this line where I'll make a point and then I'll throw a few conspiracy theories in there. Bristol Energy, right? Bristol Arena. When the actual issue is a lot more complicated than quite often in this chamber, people are allowing the city to engage with, right? And that actually undermines trust because we're saying, actually, that's a complicated issue, there are some nuances to it, and you're giving the people the space to talk that. So in one sense, you're saying, let me shake your hand because I want to collaborate, but you're taking your left hand and slapping us around the back of the head with it and expecting us not to take any notice. That's not how you build human relationships, right? Someone said to me, it's all about trust. No, it's about trustworthiness, all right? You want collaboration, be trustworthy, right? The third thing I'm going to say is, on that, and even Councillor Mack here, this is a constant thing from the Greens. We want to, we collaborative, we want to work with you and so. I've read your campaign literature in Southmead. It's just 6 pages of negativity. It's policy-like, attack-heavy. And actually, if we just look at your social media activity, it's all negative, right? Now, as I'm saying, as a human being, yes, we want to work and come forward with something positive. The Citizens' Assembly, you had that little kind of nuance in your line. I hope you begin to do what it says. We set the Citizens' Assembly up. Yes, we took the recommendation from Councillor Paula O'Rourke. It was a positive recommendation. We said it's a good idea. So we did it, right? So to suggest that somehow we did it and then we don't want to do it, again, it's just not trustworthy because it leads people to you're trying to lead people to a conclusion that is actually not reflective of what we've done. What we have is a whole collection of recommendations that you can't then just click your fingers and implement. It's a complicated city with many points of sovereignty. So then we have to work out how we do it, how much it costs, how does it interact with other policy. Now, if you want to get involved in that conversation, okay, how do you implement this in a complicated world? We'll be all ears. But again, well, hold on. Before you're invited to my table, I want to be able to trust you. And the record that you have in terms of interacting with me, even from me inviting you to the city office gathering before, is not one that's built that trust. So I'm saying, let's build that relationship. Let's build trust like human beings, not Green, Labour, Conservative, Lib Dems, like normal people do, and then we can start to do that, yeah? But we have to meet the bar. You can't get all the, you can't get all the harvest without doing some of the sowing, all right? And then secondly, and the last thing I'd say on that is, we're ambitious for Bristol. So again, I know Mark Weston's done this youth throwaway, the pipe dream of a mass transit system. Anyone who is absolutely committed to sustainable development will be talking about mass transit systems. There's not a serious city on the planet, right, facing a growing population in a finite land space, right, with the resource use of finite resources, that is not talking about how you have a system for moving tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people around every day that minimizes the impact on the planet. Bristol is 42 square miles. That land is competed for by homes, workplaces, right, transport, and we have to obviously protect land for nature and ecology, right? That's why we look at going underground, right? Other cities have done it. It is a perfectly reasonable explanation, and many of the global networks we're a part of that are on the front end of climate change, like C40 or the UK Cities Climate Investment Commission, say that one of the most significant things cities can deliver to decarbonise transport is a mass transit system. So when you throw that out and just accuse it of being a pipe dream, there's two things I draw from that. Well, a number of things, right? One is a lack of ambition for Bristol. Two is, how serious is your commitment to environmentalism? The T-shirts and the banners are okay, but you have to put the infrastructure, in place. And three, it's an unnecessary sideswipe at the administration that on one hand you're saying you want to collaborate, the other sense you're content to have these, these cheap swipes. It does not build the collaborative relationship. I would go into Councillor Hopkins, but he's already running his anti-mayoral campaign, and that's, he's not in the room. So look, again, we want to collaborate, all right? But let's behave in a way that we would teach our children to behave when they want to build relationships with other people. And then we stand a chance of it, yeah? Until we are trustworthy, we won't get trust. That's the bottom line, and that's the offer. Turn up with a big offer for Bristol, we'll deal with you. Be trustworthy, we'll have you at the table, okay? That's all, and let's get on to debate the amendments then, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. Right, we are going to move on to section 5, which is debating the amendments that have been raised. But before we do that, it is going to be a long afternoon, so we're going to take the first of our 10-minute breaks. This is 10 minutes. I make it 8 minutes past 3 now. We're going to restart at 18 minutes past 3. Thank you. Right. Okay, we are going to make a start. So please take your seats. Thank you. I appreciate 10 minutes was perhaps ambitious, but I appreciate thank most people for being back on time. I'm sure we all want to finish tonight at a sensible hour. So we're going to move on to section 5 now of the procedure, which is the consideration of amendments. So we're going to work through the amendments proposed by each of the groups. Each amendment will be moved, seconded and debated in the order that's shown on the agenda papers, and for each amendment there will be one vote. An amendment will be carried by a simple majority. As we move through the amendments, there are some which interact with others. That means that if one amendment passes, a subsequent one further down the line may not be able to pass because they draw on the same pot of money, essentially. And I will advise members as we get to each of those where that's relevant. Once we've dealt with all of the amendments, and there are 9 in total, the Chief Financial Officer will confirm the overall position in terms of amendments that are carried. So, we'll start with amendment number 1, which is the Knoll Community Party amendment. This involves the capital element of the budget, and there will be one vote at the end of the debate. I now call Councillor Hopkins to move the amendment. Councillor Hopkins, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to firstly respond to the challenge from the Mayor about doing something positive and actually getting on with things. Because we faced a position in Knoll where the local swimming pool was being undermined and railroaded towards closure. We were told in a consultation that anything but closure was absolutely impossible. Huge local effort was made and ideas were put forward, including an asset transfer, because we knew that the community could run it better than the council had actually run it. And that's now in process. The expression of interest is actually in the papers and public statements for those who want to have a look. And they show what a local organisation managed to pull together in a matter of weeks to actually show that they could actually do things better. It's now actually a profitable pool. It's full. Membership has doubled, despite increasing the membership to improve the profitability, and despite the fact that energy prices are huge. I'll give one example of efforts being made. The Swimathon, which was 24 hours just a couple of weeks ago, where over 200 youngsters took part and actually covered 293 miles of swimming and raised £27,000 towards the future of the pool. That sort of thing just does not happen when we rely upon a negative central administration. And I think that the efforts made by Jubilee Pool and the community actually illustrate the benefits of local decision making and the negativity from the central administration. From an ivory tower, the handed down major strategies which don't actually work. We actually saw the incorrect information being used even a couple of weeks ago when the extension of the contract for the present operators, Parkwood, was actually agreed. Parkwood were regarded and portrayed as part of the problem by the council. They've now, having worked with the community group, they're shown to be positive, helpful, and are working to actually maximise the benefits. So our proposal is something that probably won't be put into action eventually. We know that there's money to be spent on the pool, and in particular, needs to be money spent on energy efficiency. That is a given. The very good chance is that the organisation will actually gain that money from grants. If not, we want to make certain that it's available and they are not constrained in investing in the pool and making it even more profitable and even more popular. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I now call Councillor Davies to second the amendment.
I fully second this amendment and reserve my remarks.
Thank you very much. In which case, we move straight to the debate, and I'll call Councillor King to speak on behalf of the Labour Group. Councillor King, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We understand residents' passion for this valuable community asset, which is why we're doing all that we can to put it into the hands of the community, who have shown through their success so far that they are absolutely the best placed organisation to run the facility. It is unheard of for BCC to lend money to a CAT tenant to carry out repairs. A much better source of capital investment to improve Jubilee Pool in the long term would be a grant from Sport England, for example, or another lottery-based funding stream, as these would be grants would not need to be repaid. Not only this, but the long lease we are looking to implement will leave external funding for the pool that BCC itself is not eligible for. Therefore, we would undermine this principle if we also provided loan finance. Finally, it has been suggested that this loan be offset by reducing our corporate contingencies, a proposal that defies the risk assessment and would put us in a position of not being able to pay for project overrun costs, pressures and environmental sustainability costs should they arise. This would leave us in a vulnerable position, potentially leading to projects being deferred, reducing what we deliver for Bristol and disproportionately impacting communities who need that investment. It is disappointing that opposition councillors have chosen to politicise what could otherwise be a constructed transfer that benefits the residents who will be on the receiving end of a facility that is run by their own community.
Thank you very much. And I call Councillor Plowden to speak on behalf of the Green Group.
I'm speaking in favour of this amendment. Thank you, my Lord Mayor. And it's actually unfortunate this amendment needs to be brought at all. It's the third or fourth attempt to close the pool. And a reasonable person might have got the message now that it commands a lot of support locally and beyond, especially as the operators agreed to carry on running it at zero cost to the council. In a sense, the previous failed proposal to close it are helpful, because each time the community is mobilised, it has become stronger. So much so that we have a credible community-led group offering to take on this valuable local asset as a community transfer. The current biggest threat to the community transfer is the unrealistic timescales placed on the process by the council and the unprecedented condition for 50% of the operating profit, potentially stifling the ability of any organisation to invest in the facility. This is the exact opposite of the role the council should be taking as an enabler of community action. And if it wants to walk the walk, not just talk the talk of supporting strong and active communities. It is not unusual in principle for a council to pay down a dowry in these circumstances, and it has certainly been done elsewhere in general and in the face of uncertainty. And these places are thriving. The CAT will open the doors to many other fundraising opportunities not open to the council, and I don't believe that it will actually endanger any future grants. It's just a possibility to help the process. There will be concern that the amendment lacks detail as how the loan will work or how it will be repaid. That is not a debate for now, as any community asset transfer will clearly be subject to rigorous scrutiny and due diligence. That is the moment for details. Right now, the principle of potentially putting this loan into the mix is what matters, and we hope it won't be needed. And it's quite right, this is a small price to pay for a potentially magnificent return on investment. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. And I now call Councillor Morris to speak on behalf of the Conservative Group.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. The Conservative Group support this amendment. By allowing a cash sum to be available to the Friends of Jubilee Swimming Pool, this will send a clear message that the Council do want to see Jubilee Pool survive and thrive. In fact, it is essential to the well-being of many in the locality and for swimming provision across the whole city that Jubilee Pool continues. Public Forum Statement number 13 shows how valuable this would be to the Friends of Group, how much it would be appreciated and how the Friends would welcome the security that this would provide. It's also worth just recognising that the Friends are volunteers, juggling many roles and responsibilities and quite frankly doing an amazing job. It would be great to give them some support. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Councillor Varney to speak on behalf of the Liberal Democrat Group.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. My fellow Liberal Democrats and I have been at the forefront of several recent campaigns to prevent this current Labour administration from shutting down this much-loved and well-used local community pool. Unfortunately for Jubilee Pool, it isn't located in Southmead. Otherwise, I'm sure the administration would suddenly be announcing they had saved it. The pool is located in Knowle, and no by-election is taking place there, so the pool remains. Maybe calling a by-election is a tactic the KCP might like to consider. The excellent Friends of Jubilee Pool are in the process of applying for community asset transfer, so this will hopefully put an end to the continual threat of closure from this current administration. I have met the Friends on several occasions, and they are an impressive, dedicated group of people, so I'm sure the pool's future will be safe in their hands. However, funds will be needed to ensure priority repair work can take place, especially to plant machinery and the roof, without which the pool's future will be at risk. If this money is not forthcoming from charitable organisations, as Councillors Hopkins and Davis suggest is a possibility, it would seem prudent for the Council to be prepared to lend the necessary funds to ensure the future of this vital community asset. Therefore, we will be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes the debate. Councillor Hopkins, as mover of the amendment, would you like to respond?
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. Firstly, it should be borne in mind that the possibility of the asset transfer was in the original petition from the community and organised by myself and the group. Also, in terms of scrutiny and making certain that things are done properly, we had a little while ago an all-party working group set up which actually examined a lot of the facts and figures and actually recommended against the wishes of the administration at that time that the pool reopen. If it hadn't done that, we'd have been in severe difficulty. Since it's reopened and with the Friends involved, it's made profits and it's gone from strength to strength. I would suggest that the best way to make certain that things are done properly is, if there's an attempt to draw down some of this money or a need to, that the all-party group, which actually comprises members from all 5 parties in this chamber, is actually reconvened to look at things. We would hope as well that they would be consulted when the terms of the asset transfer are actually being fixed, to make certain that both sides are actually treated fairly. Thank you, and I hope that you can support this amendment. It's extremely important for an extremely valuable facility in this city, and as has been said, important locally, but also it fills the gap in terms of our swimming provision across the city. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Cheney, would you like to respond on behalf of the Cabinet? Oh, sorry, is that you, Mayor? Do apologise.
Oh, that's okay. We look alike sometimes. Shaved heads, anyway. So look, this Jubilee Pool was, I think Ellie made one of the comments earlier on about us as a council, a group of councillors, working constructively with our citizens to create a space for, proactive, positive solutions, right? And the opportunity is there to try and leverage this as an opportunity to get some material for the next campaign with a kind of a save our politics, right? Or you can say, okay, this is the field of play we're on, let's come up with a solution. I think the latter is the better form of leadership, and what we would do is if we were genuine leaders and interested in community development. The former is what we would do if we were engaging in that kind of cheap Twitter-style politics. So there's a couple of things I would just add, right? This is where a little bit of research and nuance goes a long way. The research would show that actually the fate of the pool was sealed for closure when you did the deal around Hengrove Leisure Centre, Councillor Hopkins. So look, so it's incredibly, well, anyway, I'm not going to describe, but anyway, I just don't think it's ideal. It's not a good thing to pretend that there is no context to what's gone on here, and that a whole series of forces were put in train by decisions you made when you were leading the authority, sitting alongside, oh, I won't say that, but anyway, when you were leading the authority, okay? And at the same time, you closed local pools at Bishopsworth and Philwood Pool, the community pools that were closed under your leadership. So to now be a champion of this, again, let's have some context to this. Secondly, this is where the nuance and language becomes really important. And I had to address Councillor Pulteney about this the other day. We don't have a policy and we're not intending to close any pools, right? We don't want to do that. We're a pro-sports administration. I run around a little bit every now and again. I come from public health background. Physical activity is something that we believe goes to the heart of, population health, both physical, and mental health, right? But what we have is a challenging financial situation. We have a collection of leisure centres across the city. They need updating. Some of them need extending. We've come up with a criteria to help us make that decision, so you don't just pick your favourite one according to what ward they're in or which way the wind is blowing. The criteria is footfall and servicing areas of deprivation. Once you've gone through that process, the result is the result. We have the leisure centres we're targeting, and those that don't make it through that process, Kingsdown Leisure Centre, and Jubilee Pool, we look for alternative arrangements as a solution, all right? Not to close them, we look for another solution. And in this instance, it is a community asset transfer. We've extended the deadline. We're working with the community, on the business plan. As I said to you in Cabinet the other day, if you committed a greater percentage of your thinking time to solutions than you do to problems that you regurgitate in the chamber, I think the whole city would be a lot better off. That goes for everyone, including me in this chamber.
Your time is up. Can you wind up, please?
I wound up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. That concludes the debate. So we're going to move to the vote on this First Amendment. This will be an electronic vote, so please make sure you're sitting in the seat with your name on it, so your vote's correctly recorded. And please vote now. Okay, which way are you going? Which way? Okay. Right, so the results we have on screen are 34.
My Lord Mayor, some of us had no flashing indicators on the panels in front of us.
Okay, how many people... I know the Mayor's flashing panel came up on the wrong seat, so we'll deal with that one. How many other people didn't get a vote?
Is there something you've neglected to tell me?
Sorry, too many people talking at once. You haven't been able to vote either. Okay. Bear with us a second. We'll rerun and make sure everyone's in. Okay, it should be flashing. Please vote now. Have we done anything different this time? Right. Okay. Right. Okay. Let's go. Please vote now. And if it doesn't work this time, we'll take your votes verbally. Oh, I think it's Councillor Craig as well. Councillor Craig as well saying she didn't. Right. Okay. Yeah. You don't. Okay. Let's do that.
My Lord Mayor, could we maybe just do a named vote? If the electronic voting isn't working.
Yeah, we'll get to it, Councillor Beckles. Just bear with us a second. Right. We're going to do this vote as a roll call vote. We're then going to take an adjournment and give ourselves a small chance to fix the problem, because that's going to be quicker than doing every vote on a roll call. But we'll get this one done.
Okay, thank you, Lord Mayor. Are we ready? Just bear with me a second.
Are you sharing those, or are you just recording?
It's easier just to start from scratch.
Okay, Lord Mayor, thank you. Councillor Don Alexander.
Against.
Councillor Bartle.
Abstain. Against.
Councillor Bennett. Councillor Bradshaw.
Against.
Councillor Breckles.
Against.
Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Cheney.
Against.
Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Classic.
For.
Councillor Craig. Councillor Davies.
For.
Councillor Dyer.
Abstain.
Councillor Edwards.
For.
Councillor Fitzgibbon.
Abstain.
Councillor Fitzjohn. Councillor Fodor.
For.
Councillor Francis.
Abstain.
Councillor Geeta.
For.
Councillor Goggin.
Against.
Councillor Gollop.
For.
Councillor Goodman.
Against.
Councillor Goulandris.
For.
Councillor Grant.
Abstain.
Councillor Hants.
For.
Councillor Hathaway.
For.
Councillor Holland.
Against.
Councillor Hopkins. Councillor Hornchen.
Against.
Councillor Hooker.
For.
Councillor Hulme.
Against. Against.
Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Kent.
For.
Councillor King.
Against.
Councillor Mack.
For.
Councillor McCarwey.
For.
Councillor Massey.
Against.
Councillor Michelat.
For.
Councillor Mohammed.
For.
Councillor Morris.
For.
Councillor Parsons. Councillor Pearce.
Against.
Councillor Plowden.
For.
Councillor Pulteney.
For.
Councillor Courtley.
For.
Councillor Renard.
Against.
Councillor Rippington.
Against.
Councillor James Scott.
For.
Councillor Sharon Scott.
For.
Councillor Annie Stafford Townsend.
You sure? For.
Councillor Townsend. Councillor Varney.
For.
Councillor Weston. Councillor Wilcox.
For.
Councillor Windows.
For.
Councillor Y.
Abstain.
Mayor Rees.
Against.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah.
Councillor Dyer, please could you confirm your vote?
Abstain.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We will share this on the screen in a moment, but the result is 34 votes for, 20 against and 4 abstentions, so that amendment is carried. Right, we're going to take a brief adjournment while we turn everything off and turn it on again, see if we can make the technology work. Please don't go anywhere. This will hopefully be brief. If we fix it, then we're going to have to proceed with roll calls, but let's hope we can speed things up. Thank you. Okay, thank you everybody. Welcome back. Where we are is we think the technology is going to serve us. It may be that there's an issue with 2 seats in particular, and if your 2 seats don't work, then we'll do everybody else on electronic vote, and yours will be named so that everybody's vote is properly recorded. It'll be a lot quicker that way than doing 60-odd councillors on a roll call. So, we move then to amendment number 2, which is the Liberal Democrat amendment. This is both capital and revenue elements, and it will be all voted together with one vote at the end of the debate. And I call Councillor Brown to move the amendment. Councillor Brown, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Our starting point in formulating our amendment was a recognition of 2 things. That the Council is facing a significant funding squeeze, as the Mayor has pointed out already, and that there are limited resources available to us as a group compared to his administration, or dare I say it, some of the other groups in the chamber in terms of manpower and or person power to put together an amendment. But I'm sure we can all agree on that point, that we are facing a significant funding squeeze, but the scale of the problem and the need for a balanced budget should not mean that this chamber should accept the Mayor's proposals without argument, as his press comments seem to suggest he believes. The constraints that we are under as a group mean that what we are proposing is not a magic bullet in making the budget palatable. It is also not a disavowal of all those things that we would have liked to have included, but have not been able to, some of which have been proposed by the other parties, and we will support those where we can. What we have chosen to do, though, is focus on measures that will make a real difference to the well-being of people in this city, with a particular focus on some of the most disadvantaged. Furthermore, the proposed measures are in line with the Council's own corporate strategy. Whether it be easing the process of assessments for disabled facilities grants, allowing people to unlock funding for adaptations to help them live safely at home for longer, or investing £1 million in increasing places in education for kids with special educational needs or disabilities, we have sought to identify practical ways of making a difference to people's lives. And when it comes to well-being for everyone, it's become a cliche to say how much the past couple of years have shown how important parks and green spaces are. So we're proposing additional funding for our parks with a view to increasing their accessibility for disabled and disadvantaged groups. Funding for a front tree garden scheme will also help spread the benefits of green spaces by making our streets greener. Increasing access also lies behind our proposals to remove physical barriers on cycle paths and walkways where possible, improving our active transport infrastructure, making it easier for people to walk and cycle in our city. And to fund this, and the small amount of potential borrowing we've allocated, we have proposed modest cuts to the Office of the Mayor and to the PR budget. This is not, as I anticipate will be argued, part of some form of vendetta, but at a time when the funding pain is spread across the Council and its services, it can only be right that this office, the Mayor's office and the PR budget, which has grown significantly over the years, it should play a part in supporting additional funding to vital services. So I commend this amendment, which is aimed at tackling the well-being of people across the city, to the Chamber.
Thank you very much. And I now call Councillor Clark to second the amendment.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I rise to second the Liberal Democrat amendment. As we have previously laid out, we considered our amendment very carefully this year because we know that the city is in a financial tight spot due to external factors and poor financial management. Our amendment is designed to make a difference to as many people by spending this money wisely. It is time to slim down the over-bloated Mayor's office and start bringing the city into financially in line. The front gardens tree scheme will make a huge difference to our streets, particularly where the planting of street trees is difficult, very expensive, or simply not possible. Trees will make our streets look better, absorb noise and pollution. But in this year of the Queen's Platinum Jubilee, it will help to keep the ambitions of a green canopy across this city. The £20,000 will make a real difference to the future generations of this city. The extra capacity for assessments to enable people to adapt their own homes so that they can live longer, safer lives in their own houses will save money with fewer hospital admissions and give better quality of life to our residents. I would finally like to say a few words about investment in play equipment. If we have learnt anything in the past 2 years, we must have learned how valuable our parks and play spaces have become. And let's face it, some of our equipment is definitely at the end of its life. So please support this amendment today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now call Councillor Craig to speak on behalf of the Labour Group. Councillor Craig, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This amendment includes nice gestures that wouldn't do much in reality, proposing to fund them through cutting some of the council's most vital teams. On the spending proposals, funding for more occupational therapists and educational psychologists is actually not the issue. There is a national shortage. It's that acute that OTs and educational psychologists appear on the government's shortage occupation list, which allows employers to hire and sponsor overseas workers. There are indeed regional and national shortages across education, health and social care. But in terms of occupational therapists in the council, we have recently recruited to vacant occupational therapist posts, and in comparison to other local authorities in the southwest, we do quite well. The same is true of educational psychologists, but demand outstrips supply. We have filled all but 2 posts in the organisation. Apprenticeship schemes and return to practice campaigns have had a really positive effect. There has also been an increase in the uptake of university courses recently, which should have an impact in the future. The main issue is funding for the amount needed to meet demand. The 1.5 million funding from the DSG to support the SEND transformation project will indeed help the city address our EHCP needs assessment process. In adult social care, we are actually increasing the number of occupational therapists in relation to social workers and to support transformation pilots. So we'll be doing some further recruitment, and this is how. So we will be doing further recruitment. The office's comments notes that we are expecting an increase in demand for home adaptations. That's correct, which is why there's a lot already in the budget for home adaptation assessments. 13.5 million in the housing revenue account to fund home adaptations to make them more accessible. The proposals calls for increased capital financing for children's play and parks, transport and the SEND capital programme. The budget already includes a capital programme worth £1 billion, with a further £1.8 billion for our council homes. This amendment is for £120,000, which represents 0.012% increase in our capital programme, a negligible amount. Likewise, the proposal to include a further £100,000 for active travel infrastructure wouldn't achieve anything. After decades of neglect, we're repairing the bridges along the new cut. Many of these bridges are pedestrian bridges, so we'll already have active travel improved. This will cost £15 million. The proposed plans for the number 2 bus route, which includes lots of active travel infrastructure improvements, will cost £35 million. £100,000 wouldn't even make a dent in the least ambitious of projects.
Councillor Craig, you're out of time. Can you wind up, please?
I will. Consultation is key in local democracy, and I would have hoped we'll all agree on that, and the service is already overstretched. Who's going to run our agreed deliberative democracy processes, including citizen assemblies and our proposed participatory budgeting initiative, which will be central to the success of our community resilience funding? So let's do the sensible thing, back the budget and reject this amendment. The budget already includes vast amounts for these spending
Councillor Craig, you're well over now. Can you finish, please?
Let's put the city's interests in the way of political point scoring.
Thank you very much. And I call Councillor Townsend to speak on behalf of the Green Group. Councillor Townsend, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I don't think I need that long, Lord Mayor. So the areas covered contain provisions for SEND places, and I will therefore be voting positively. However, there are others here that have reservations. The impact of an additional OT post will be minimal, and public toilets need to be reopened with any money from the communications budget. I will speak to the SEND amendment, as this is the amendment, this is the substantive area, and it's where I have particular expertise. Education is the universal children's service, the functioning of which is the bedrock to all other children and family services. It's the foundation stone on which the success or otherwise of targeted services always rest. In 2016, a Labour Mayor took office and inherited an educational capital programme outlining the requirements of future school place need. This area of statutory work was neglected from day one. It goes way beyond the EHCP processes, gaslighting of parents and campaigners calling for the necessary focus and on what is the most impactful service available to support the next generation. Opposition parties needing to scrape around to find budget amendments to try to provide a few more children with additional needs the possibility of a suitable school place at some point in the future is a measure of the educational failures of political leadership under this administration. This is no way to plan our education system or the route for releasing the funds needed for it. And I think, and I know the proposers of this amendment recognise it, but such is the level that the system has been allowed to get to. As a long-time education campaigner, I will vote for this amendment, but I do so knowing that come September, there will be hundreds of children without a suitable school place that meets their needs. Our children's education system must be up there alongside housing for this administration in its remaining years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I now call Councillor Michala to speak on behalf of the Conservative Group.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. My group will be supporting this interlinked revenue and capital amendment. We find nothing to object to in its contents or components. Indeed, there is a large degree of common ground on the identified savings to finance the alternative spending. Following the briefing note circulated to members, we will be backing these proposals in full knowledge that this may well jeopardise our own revenue submission. My Lord Mayor, I understand the sum spent on the Mayor's office and corporate communications has been a matter of some concern to opposition parties for a while. It has become a consistent theme at recent annual budget meetings. The cost of running the Mayor's office in 2013 to 14 was revealed as being little over £357,000. This expense has grown to a potential £860,000 for the coming financial year. That's a 143% increase since that time. Now, I know that there are all kinds of ways to account for these changes, but the principle remains the same. Is this expense and rate of increase sustainable, and does it provide actual value for money? We contend it does not, and this is not to cast aspersions on any of the staff concerned. Similarly, questions persist on the return generated by the corporate communications arm of the administration. Our judgment here is based on a fundamental test. Does this extravagant spending reflect the priorities of local taxpayers? If not, in what other ways can it be justified? And then whether the reasons it's sufficient to outweigh alternative uses of limited resources. In this instance, I suggest that more assistance for the disabled, funding a tree planting scheme and extra support for SEND offers more tangible benefits to taxpayers than maintaining a bloated bureaucracy. The suggested modifications to the Mayor's capital programme also represent some sensible investment. The modest borrowing involved does not seem to be excessively risky, and there is considerable social value to be gained from repairing play parks and increasing SEND provisions. I hope these proposals command a majority in the Chamber today. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. And I now call Councillor Hopkins to speak on behalf of the Knoll Community Party.
Hi, thank you, Lord Mayor. Keep it brief. Glad to see we're still campaigning on SEND, children's play parks, and reducing the overbloated bureaucracy of the Mayor's office and the PR machine. So generally fine, no real problem at all. I do think the front garden scheme is probably not the right way to improve cover, but it's a very minor amount of money, so therefore we will be supporting this amendment. And I sincerely hope that the Mayor takes into account when deciding at the end of this meeting that the amendments that are likely to be passing are fairly minor in level, and we hope therefore that he will, in the spirit of cooperation, accept the amendments, the amended budget that's going to be put forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So all the groups have now spoken. Councillor Brown, as mover of the amendment, would you like to respond?
I would, my Lord Mayor. I'm going to make this brief, though, because we are here for a long time. I welcome the support of the other parties. I note Councillor Townsend's comments their concern about Councillor Bartle's amendment on reopening toilets, which also uses a similar source of funding. But what I would note is that the guidance that we have had is that passing this amendment will not cause that amendment to fall. Labour's response was pretty much as I expected, except for one thing. It begged a question to me. Why did the member talk at length about, the cabinet member, talk at length about educational psychologists when that is not a part of this amendment? That was a part of an earlier version of the amendment that we changed after consultation with the officers, which I took to be confidential between the group and the officers.
Thank you. And on behalf of the Cabinet, Councillor King, would you like to respond to the debate?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The Front Garden Tree Scheme, while an important scheme that we voted to support, will not make much of a difference to our tree canopy coverage, which is the main metric for measuring the associated benefits that come with tree canopy coverage. It seems odd to focus entirely on a scheme that is just a small part of our recently announced tree strategy that will see how we set out to double our tree canopy regardless of this amendment passing. To reiterate what Ash has said, the problem with recruiting an occupational therapist isn't funding. There's a national shortage of them. So this amendment isn't the best way to address this issue, but would cut funding from vital teams like the Mayor's Office and the consultation team. We of course want to see money invested in things like children's play parks and active travel infrastructure, but the amount of funding in this amendment wouldn't achieve a great deal. So while I do not believe this amendment would have much of an impact of the things it proposes spending them on, it will have a very real impact on the services it proposes cutting. The PR and consultation team has already been asked to make significant savings where possible, as have council departments across the board. And whatever your view on the mayoral system, his team deal with thousands of emails, helping residents every day with casework and so on. And cutting this team would affect Bristolians' democratic engagement with their council. It's hard to see how a proposed further reduction in the team won't have an impact on ordinary citizens' interactions with the council, which is what the budget seeks to avoid. There have been more references to the PR side of the team than consultation, but the teams are one. This proposed amendment would undoubtedly have a negative effect on local democracy, so we won't be supporting it.
Thank you. That concludes the debate. So, vote on this amendment. This is on Amendment 2, and it's one vote on both the capital and revenue parts of it. Please vote now. Right, okay, so we have a result from the e-vote. However, I know there's at least one member whose light didn't come on. Councillor Craig, did your vote work this time? It did, so it's just Councillor Pearce. Okay, so we'll take your vote verbally. Councillor Pearce? Against. Right, so that makes a... Oh, sad, isn't it? So, a total of 24 votes in favour of the amendment, 27 against and 8 abstentions, which means that that amendment falls. And we move on to amendment number 3. This is a Green Group amendment involving both capital and revenue elements, and once again there will be one combined vote at the end of the debate on both elements. And I call Councillor Wilcox to move this Green Group amendment. Councillor Wilcox. You have 3 minutes.
I need to pay more attention, my Lord Mayor, sorry. There are currently 75 civil enforcement officers to patrol the streets of Bristol, primarily focused on the areas with residence parking schemes. Areas that are not in residence parking schemes are plagued with drivers that park with impunity on double yellow lines in both cycle and bus lanes. And this is unsafe for pedestrians, cyclists and other drivers, blocking sight lines, parking opposite drop curbs and inhibiting the free flow of traffic. This amendment would add 18 more enforcement officers over 2 years. I initially wanted to double the number of enforcement officers to 150, but the council cannot support that many. But even 18 officers will make a significant difference to how this city can deliver its aspirations to be carbon neutral by 2030 and be more productive. We need disabled people, pedestrians, cyclists and waste vehicles and the blue light emergency service to move around the city as safely, as quickly as possible. This amendment will help that aim. Our residents are clamouring for extra residence parking schemes, and we should be supporting them to have a safe and pleasant neighbourhood that is not plagued by commuter or match day parking. Half of Bristol schools have applied to the City Council to have a school street. An initial 8 is not enough. This amendment will enable safe travel to and from many more schools in Bristol, reducing congestion and pollution for the city. I commend this amendment to the Council.
Thank you very much. And I call Councillor Fitzjohn to second the amendment.
Good afternoon, Lord Mayor. I'm sharing some of my own and Councillor Lisa Stone's thoughts, as Lisa has COVID at the moment, on the amendment to increase residence parking zones, including 18 civil enforcement officers, and increase revenue. I would like to share our vision for the future, where our children can cycle safely to school. There are reliable buses that move swiftly and easily around the city, and older people can cycle without fear to visit their grandchildren who look forward to a healthier city to live in. To achieve this, we need to be bold and radical and follow our European models like Malmö, Copenhagen and Amsterdam. Many people love their cars. I have recently gone car-free after 50 years of car ownership. I'll be honest, I miss the convenience and the comfort of having it in my street. So I understand how it feels when we ask people to change. But this is what we must and will do. And if this vision is to succeed, we cannot prioritise the needs of the motorists any longer. Pedestrians, cyclists and bus users, not to mention trains, must come first. We are changing the cityscape radically, increasing levels of air pollution through building development, increasing congestion while stalling on bringing in the clean air zone. The lack of a proper public transport network is leading to a situation where hundreds of homes are being built, where parking has not been managed, leading to a spillover into nearby residential areas. Residents tell me they want their neighbourhoods to become pleasant shared spaces, not bypasses for major traffic routes or car parks for blocks of flats. If their vision is to succeed, parking has to be prioritised for residents in those neighbourhoods and their visitors. Please vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. And I now call Councillor Breckles to speak on behalf of the Labour Group.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I rise to speak in response to the Green Amendment 3 from Councillor David Wilcox. We as a Labour administration are going to support this amendment, so with our votes and the Green votes, it's going to be passed. I personally welcome the proposed increase in the number of parking civil enforcement officers by 18, which will help reduce congestion and should generate revenue in the process. We also like the increase in funding for school streets, thus making access to schools safer and with better air quality around those schools. Also, at least one residence parking zone, or RPZ, with the revenue from it covering the cost of borrowing the money to get it done over 5 years or so. Fine. I'll be honest, traffic-related issues are a big one in my ward of St George Troopers Hill. My constituents could really use more enforcement officers, as there are a lot of illegal parking in the vicinity of 2 car sales yards in my ward. Pavements are routinely blocked, making access for pedestrians very difficult, if not impossible. Imagine if you've got to use a a mobility scooter and you can't get past because there's a car on the pavement. So being able to keep better check on such hotspots will be very welcome indeed. No doubt you have a place in mind for the RPZ, but any new RPZ will need to go where there is the greatest need. It will need the support of local residents and businesses in the area that gets it. But this amendment will be passed today, but it'll only be implemented if the budget passes today. So let's just remember, the budget is worth £30 billion in investment in Bristol and its citizens over the next 30 years. It also includes £1.8 billion invested in housing over the same period, and more detail on that will come later. All amendments today involve tiny amounts in comparison, so please can we get a grip? The good amendments we're accepting, but there are some games that could scupper today. One is lowering the budget with amendments you know full well neither we nor the Mayor could accept, which could stop it going to a vote at all. Another is to vote the budget down, and if we have to come back again for another budget meeting, the rules change completely. As a council, we need to settle a legal budget. We have to. We're doing our best, but like all core cities, the funding we're getting from central government remains inadequate after nearly 12 years of austerity. And by the way, the financial crash was global. It was triggered by the subprime housing market in America collapsing. And besides, if we want to talk about money, we all know there's questions to be answered about the billions wasted by this government on COVID contracts. We still want to do the best we can with what we've got. The challenge to everyone in this chamber is simple. Will we all step up to the plate, allow the investment in the city and its citizens to go ahead and support this budget? I became a councillor to get stuff done. I'm sure that's true for all of us, everyone here. So, passing this budget today will, with this amendment and the others we're going to accept, will ensure, will deliver for Bristol. So please don't play games and force everyone to come back and do it again in the next few weeks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now call Councillor Eddy to speak on behalf of the Conservative Group. Councillor Eddy.
Lord Mayor, I rise to speak to this man on behalf of the Tory Group. The three main spending areas identified to be vied from Labour's draft budget are more than acceptable to my colleagues. Firstly, the proposed new civil enforcement officers are exactly what Bristol needs. I'm sure I'm not the only councillor who is regularly offended by antisocial behaviour and by individuals abusing our communities. Increased enforcement fines and, better still, an active deterrent is to be positively welcomed. Secondly, I fully endorse the rollout of the very successful and safer School Streets initiative. One of the two citywide pilots was in my ward at St Peter's Primary, Bishopsworth. Our young people and their families deserve the better quality of life and road safety which will result. Thirdly, I believe this amendment is pressing at an open door with regard to an unspecified residence parking scheme, which two other budget amendments seek to provide resources for. Frankly, it almost surprises me that I'm speaking in favour of an RPS. I strongly suspect hell will freeze over before I lobby for one for my suburban seat. But horses for courses, my Lord Mayor. My main objection to the former Mayor's George Ferguson's attempt to force these on communities that they were utterly undemocratic, uncalled for by the neighbourhoods and their elected representatives. More to the point, there was no real attempt to tweak the scheme to reflect local factors. But this proposal asks the scheme be designed in response to local concerns and with local consent. At heart, I am a Democrat, so I welcome this. and areas where major development are happening, like Bedminster Green, which with another 220 homes proposed at the ex-Elco warehouse, need traffic mitigation measures now. In Bedminster Green's case, for example, if this all goes ahead, there could be over 3,500 more residents living locally. In adjacent Windmill Hill, they have been promised a residents' parking scheme, and the council is morally and politically obliged to provide it. So in summary, my Lord Mayor, the Tory group of councillors will be voting for this amendment.
Thank you. And I now call Councillor Varney to speak on behalf of the Liberal Democrat Group.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. The Liberal Democrats will be supporting this amendment by Councillor Wilcox. The amendment is all about making our streets less congested, safer for all, and improving local air quality, so what's not to like? Firstly, residential parking schemes. The Mayor doesn't appear to be a fan of RPSs, preferring the livable neighbourhood approach. However, the progress on delivering these is glacially slow, with only 2 schemes planned by 2024. We Liberal Democrats also believe that rather than imposing our views on others, if a majority of local residents request an RPS, we should try to facilitate this. The benefits of RPSs are many. Residents with no off-street parking have a reasonable opportunity to park close to their homes. Vehicles are parked in a more orderly fashion. A scheme can encourage the use of alternative modes of transport by also providing car club spaces, cycle hangers, e-scooter and e-bike parking where appropriate. They often reduce traffic flows on residential streets, and the reduction in the number of vehicles driving around an area endlessly searching for a parking space can improve local air quality. A scheme can also improve road safety by reducing the number of vehicles using an area and also the number of vehicles parked in unsuitable locations. The benefits are so numerous, I can't understand why the Mayor is opposed to them, unless it's a petulant ploy not to support the policy of his predecessor. Secondly, school streets. Similarly, we support the implementation of school streets. Currently, there are no school streets in my ward of Brislington West, despite local schools applying. There is a long waiting list for school streets, and anything we can do to speed up their implementation has to be a good thing. By encouraging children to walk, cycle, or scoot to school, we are promoting healthy travel habits which will hopefully stay with them as they grow up. Finally, we all agree on the importance of encouraging more people to travel sustainably. However, many people tell us they don't want to walk or cycle as they don't feel safe. Therefore, providing more civil enforcement officers who will be able to deal with the scourge of illegal parking, including hopefully one day pavement parking, will make our streets safer for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I call Councillor Hopkins to speak on behalf of the Knoll Community Party.
Yes, we will be supporting this amendment. Speak from a degree of experience on the residents' parking scheme. There was a major planning application for a lot of new flats in our area that was passed a few years ago. It didn't actually progress because of the COVID getting in the way, but it's coming back again in a slightly different form. At the time when that was coming forward, we asked our residents, would you want a residents' parking scheme? We can apply a levy onto the developers. And actually 70% said yes. We found that out not by the vague council way of doing it. We went along and knocked on every door and got the responses. 70% said yes. The only drawback from some of them was that fine, it'll be okay when it comes in at the sort of prices they are now, etc. But will the council use this as a cash cow? And that's something that's got to be very carefully looked at. And I would suggest that one way to do that is to make certain that local schemes actually have some degree of local input and control to make certain that they're not used as a cash cow, but certainly making certain that people can have a civilised way of parking when they need to is a big step forward, and we will support this. Thank you.
Thank you. All groups have now spoken. Councillor Wilcox, as mover of the amendment, would you like to respond?
I reserve my comments, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Alexander, on behalf of the Cabinet, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, yes. As Councillor Breckles has already said, we will be supporting this amendment, partly because we also would welcome more money for the School Streets programme. Having said this, I'd like to make 1 or 2 points clear about the School Streets programme. It's not primarily a programme of hard infrastructure outside schools. It's actually a way of funneling schools towards our many approaches that we have towards active travel. And also, the thing about it is it really requires a multidisciplinary team. So with legal people, there's TROs, there's engineering, there's community engagement involved. So to have another 60,000 or whatever, you don't buy these off of the shelf. You need a team. And this points to a particular problem with government funding at the moment, is that sudden windfalls of cash, whilst welcome, you get them, do not always lead to what you expect, because actually you can't suddenly increase the size of a team. What we need is regular government funding in transport so that we can set a strategy and build up.
Point of order. The amendment includes all of the support costs and the extra staff that was needed as advised by the officers. So that is all included and advised by the officers.
Thank you. Of course, you've got to find those people, and then what happens when the £60,000 runs out? Do you sack them? You know, this is we have to build up an organisation capable of delivering. We need regular funding for that. This administration has always emphasised the importance of communities leading on RPSs, and I highlight the problems noted in the Equality Impact Assessment, older people, disproportionate impact possibly on older people, disabled people, carers, those who are pregnant, have young children, etc., who may be less mobile. And that is to add on top of the problem of displacement of parking to other areas, which has been noted in previous schemes. However, we've always emphasised communities leading on transport schemes which are not strategic city transport schemes. And I'd like to refer now to our street space programme, and I'd like to commend the councillors for Clifton Down, who've worked very hard on the Cottam Hill scheme, and it's pleased many people, and we're still looking at it. I'd also like to commend the Clifton councillors who've worked very hard on the Princess Victoria Street. Sadly, I have to announce that the street space money for St Mark's Road in Easton has had to be withdrawn due to the failure of the councillors to bring together the community around a shared solution. That's a very big disappointment for me and a big disappointment for the administration.
Councillor Alexander, can you wind up now, please?
We as an administration remain committed to clean air, to less congestion, to decarbonise transport and to active travel measures. Thank you.
Right, we will now move to the vote then on Amendment 3, and as before, this is a single vote on both the capital and revenue amendments. Please vote now. Okay, before I announce the result, I'm looking at Councillor Pearce. Did your button work this time? How would you like to vote, Councillor Pearce? In which case, thank you for that. We have 59 votes for, no abstentions and none against, and so that amendment is passed. So we move on to amendment number 4, which is a Green Group amendment, and this is a revenue amendment. And just for members' information, this amendment is incompatible with the next one, number 5, which means if this amendment is passed, amendment number 5 cannot pass.
Can we get clarification on that, please?
Yeah, do you want to?
Yes, just to confirm that these two amendments call on the same fund. So for amendment number 4, calls on the utilisation of both the Mayor's Fund and also on the...
Can you speak a bit closer to the microphone?
Yes, so apologies. So these two, so if amendment number 4 passes, then amendment number 5 would fall because they are reliant on the same fund. So it will be 5.1.
Can I get a clarification on this, because that's contrary to the advice. As I understood it, Amendment 2, 4 and 5 both are on the same funds. 2 of the 3 can go through, but 3 of them couldn't, because that would deplete the fund to the point at which it no longer existed. So as I understood it, number 2 failed, so number 4 and 5 can both go ahead. I just want to get clarity on.
Is that correct? Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, we've just had confirmation that we've checked the balance on that fund, and they can go ahead.
They can. Thank you very much. So if this goes through, 5 doesn't fall, we have to debate 5 as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's correct.
Thank you, Rick.
Can I just check any complications with the fact they are both for disabled parking bay, the positive parts of it, the disabled parking bays and the toilets? Because I understand that was in the guidance, but I didn't really understand it in the guidance.
So just to confirm, in terms of the actual disabled parking bay, it's the reinstatement of the same savings, so it's a duplication of the same fund. So one would fall.
So if the first went through, the second...
Second falls.
Even though there's a number of items in the second amendment?
Yes, because it unbalances the amendments.
I realise there is nothing quite like in a long meeting having points of procedural accuracy, so I apologise for colleagues. I'm not sure that... I'm going to take that off, sorry. I'm not sure that's what advice we previously had. I don't believe it leads to an unbalanced situation because the Mayor can still vire things around. So you can still pass the amendment number 5, if 4 is carried, because it doesn't deplete the funding source. It's the funding source that I believe is the critical element. So I think you can still debate 5. I realise I'm looking for a definitive steer, and I promise after this I will shut up, but I thought we could debate 5 on this one.
No, so in terms of the amendment itself, the amendment 5 would then be very different. So one of the items in the 5 would fall, which means the totality of the amendment is then an unbalanced amendment.
We are due an adjournment after this one. Can we have that adjournment now and get the advice, please?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. We're going to take an adjournment now until 4:45, and we'll come back with clear advice on where we stand on these matters.
Apologies, colleagues.
Thank you. Okay, everybody, let's take our seats, please, and we're going to restart the meeting. Thank you for that time. I think we've now clarified the situation, and I'm going to ask our Chief Finance Officer to explain where we've got to.
So thank you, Lord Mayor. So I can confirm that Amendment 4 can be moved with no impact. Amendment 5 can be moved. Now, should Amendment 5 be carried, then Amendment 7 would need to be moved, but with an adjustment to Amendment 7.
Thank you very much. So I hope that is clear for everybody. So we're now going into Amendment number 4, which can be moved, debated, and if it passes, has no impact on any other amendments. So that having become clear, I'm now going to ask Councillor Bartle to move the amendment on behalf of the Green Group. Councillor Bartle.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And sorry for any confusion that these amendments are causing. Realise it's a crowded field. So anyway, I think we all know that there's been a huge call to reinstate public toilets ever since they were scaled back in 2018. Access to public toilets impacts all sorts of demographics in a way that seriously affects their ability to engage in public life. People who are elderly, disabled, pregnant or homeless are particularly cut off from the city by these closures. We also know that some bus drivers have had a very difficult time as a consequence of some of these closures. The community toilet scheme was actually not a bad idea, and I do think we should continue to try and get it to work as best we can. But there are a few fundamental issues with how it's worked. Obviously, the worst was when the toilets on business premises were literally not open at all for a long period during the pandemic, but I think we can all forgive the administration for not seeing that one coming. There's the fact that there are entire wards where there are no businesses signed up to the scheme. The only venue in my ward of Easton that signed up was the now closed Wetherspoons on Church Road. And I've heard from some other business owners that the scheme hasn't worked for their business. But in other parts of Bristol, there just aren't any appropriate venues 4 miles around. So this funding would give us the opportunity to look at some maps, look at where people congregate, and figure out the best places would be to open toilets. That might be old ones or new. I know that cuts to the Mayor's office should not be taken lightly. Staff cuts are abundant in this budget, but that doesn't mean that we should be happy about any of them. It seems that quite a few opposition parties were minded to come for this portion of the budget, but this amendment is the smallest of the proposed cuts to this office, so I hope the Mayor will find it acceptable. Fundamentally, I think this has been one of the more broadly affecting cuts for everyday people that the city has seen over our many years of austerity. The council is failing in our public sanitation responsibilities and our human rights duties, and the people affected by these issues are some of the most ignored. So I hope we can have your support on this amendment, which also includes funding for twinning, but that part I'll let Fee speak on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. And I call Councillor Hunt to second the amendment.
Thank you very much. Excuse my rather wieldy computer here. I rise to second this amendment, both for the reasons outlined by Jenny, but also because I am deeply disappointed to see that funding for twinning is once again under threat. The twinning budget is tiny. The cut here is tiny. It's around the 25,000 mark, but if it is an example of bangs for bucks, I don't know what is. Students, businesses and school children by the thousand in Bristol have benefited from links to countries across the world. And in these days of creeping xenophobia and distancing from our European neighbours resulting from the Brexit fiasco, it both saddens and frustrates me that this is deemed a time to cut what little funding this costs. It has been suggested this could be funded elsewhere, but this post already punches way above its weight in terms of the pro bono resources it attracts, the volunteers it engages and the links it makes with cities across the world. It is, moreover, dirt cheap. Without the funding of this post, the vast breadth and richness of activity simply will not happen. I shan't repeat the arguments made by its chair, one ex-councillor Derek Pickup, who's familiar to many of you in the Labour group, but I think we've all seen them. And Bristol is one of the oldest twin cities in the UK. We should be treasuring our twinning history and taking justifiable pride in it, not squeezing the lifeblood out of a rich and productive heritage for what is, relatively speaking, an incredibly small amount of money. I therefore ask you to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, and I now call Councillor King to speak on behalf of the Labour Group.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We are an internationalist city and of course value our international team. It is one that has reached far beyond our twinning officer role, and their remit includes working with a broad range of diasporas around the city in order to give them a civic voice, a sense of belonging and strengthening business and cultural links. The international team coordinated our attendance at COP, our relationships with Eurocities, C40 and the Mayor's Migration Council, among others. And our events team support the city's great festivals that celebrate diversity and heritage. It is not just our twinning officer that delivers for our city in our international aims. I think it's actually quite insulting to suggest reducing the city office budget. The convening power of working with our voluntary and social enterprise sector, our schools and universities, our business, health and faith sector, among others, cannot be underestimated. It has been an invaluable resource that helps us to identify city priorities that help meet our public health, transport, housing, climate and ecology goals, amongst others. This is how we tackled huge problems such as digital poverty, food insecurity, period poverty, and supported our community assets. Continued Tory austerity has left us with difficult decisions to make, but also creative solutions to be had. Our community toilet scheme is one such example. This has seen over 100 businesses and growing across Bristol open their toilet facilities to the public without requiring a purchase, many of which are within less than a 5-minute walk, often just 1 or 2 minutes, I've checked, from one of the closed toilets. Most of the closed toilets were in poor condition. One had even been burned down and had poor access. They would have required significant investment to bring them up to standard and, of course, ongoing maintenance. The community toilet scheme has been nationally recognised for its forward-thinking solution to this problem, and it saves us a huge year-on-year ongoing cost. There is still development to be done. Officers are currently auditing the scheme at the moment to identify gaps of provision and to develop a better comms solution. And I would like to invite councillors to work with us to engage more businesses in their wards to take up the scheme, which has huge potential and is a great way to meet the needs of our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, and I now call Councillor Galandris to speak on behalf of the Conservative Group.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. The Conservative Group will be supporting this amendment, and there are a number of reasons why we'll be doing so. Firstly, we agree that if we're looking for savings, then trimming the budgets of the Mayor's office and corporate PR is a good place to start. The public won't shed many tears. The savings can then be recycled into things that directly improve the lives of our residents. On the doorstep, we've been told repeatedly that Bristolians would welcome more public toilet provision. Indeed, this features in our Conservative revenue amendment as well. We recognise that many cafes and shops offer toilet facilities, but there are some locations where public conveniences are imperative. A city without culture is a city without a soul. We're very saddened to see the cultural vandalism inflicted by cuts to museums, archives, libraries and cultural twinning. We support the restoration of the very modest funding required for twinning. It's worth remembering that Bristol's twinning with Hanover and Border goes back to 1947. It has a long and illustrious history, and many Bristolians have benefited from these cultural exchanges. More recent civic twinning has occurred with Porto, Tbilisi, Gwangju, Beira and Puerto Barathan. It would be very sad to see all this come to an end. I hope all members in this chamber will reflect and will support this very sensible amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll call Councillor Classic to speak on behalf of the Liberal Democrat Group.
Thank you. So the Liberal Democrats will be supporting this amendment. The twinning programme is a hugely important part of Bristol's cultural legacy. The work done with our twin cities, as outlined by Councillor Hants, cannot be underestimated for its impact on residents of Bristol. If Bristol's twinning aims aren't properly funded, all that may be left of our legacy will be the slightly confusingly named meeting rooms along the halls of this building where we have enjoyed our breaks this evening. The twinning office should be supported by the One City office in these aims, and using some of this budget to continue to properly staff the programme is good sense. On to the lack of public toilets. Many parts of the city do really suffer from a lack of public toilets, which is the subject of a very vocal campaign by Acorn, which myself and Councillor Hartley joined a demonstration for just before Christmas. We see making cuts within the PR department, such as from the resources dedicated to the Mayor's Twitter account, maybe, would allow vital toilets in the city to be opened, and the Mayor would be able to run his Twitter account as the private account he wants and block whoever he wants without criticism. Really, we see it as a win-win. The issue with public toilets is often seen as an issue for central areas, but the reality is that it has an impact on most of the city, especially on the outskirts and the suburbs of the city too. Out in Hengrove and Whitchurch Park, many residents have mentioned to us a lack of public toilets to be a major restriction on their movement around the city, especially during lockdown when many of the private businesses on the community toilet scheme were shut because of lockdowns. The lack of public toilets ultimately hurts Bristol's homeless population, disabled people and other vulnerable groups more, and reopening toilets according to local need could make a real impact on people's ability to travel and enjoy the city. For the points raised above, we shall be supporting the amendment.
Thank you, and I call Councillor Hopkins to speak on behalf of the Knoll Community Party.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We also will be supporting this amendment. I think there's a hidden link here in that with the twinning, if we get visitors, we better warn them not to go to certain parts of the city because they could be in difficulties. And I look forward to explaining to residents in Labour wards that there was a choice between supporting the Mayor's PR budget or opening public toilets. And I think the response we'll get is, you're taking... No, I would also, when looking at the toilet provision, say, yes, the scheme that is in place at the moment is useful. It is fine, but there are huge gaps in it. And was it 4 years ago, I think I was chairing community scrutiny, and we looked at the scheme, and basically officers came to us, and they kept shouting at us, there's three more volunteers into the scheme, and all they were doing was counting up the numbers, and in some areas it was fine. In many others, it wasn't. There was huge gaps. And we actually recommended 3 or 4 years ago, so I'm glad we're now getting around to having an audit about it. Across party, we recommended that there be a thorough audit of what was actually going on, not just of is there something in every area that's available, but secondly, to make the directions more accessible to people, and thirdly, also to make certain that all the facilities were available to everybody. So basically, you know, you don't have a pub as the only means of going to the toilet when you've got a lot of people from certain religious backgrounds who wouldn't find it acceptable. So I think that we need to look at the scheme properly that's there at the moment and commit funds to fill in those gaps, because at the end of the day, it's this council's duty. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All the groups have now spoken. Councillor Bartle, would you like to respond to the debate?
Yeah, just briefly, I just wanted to note that Councillor Hopkins's points were addressed by Councillor King's point, and I was glad to hear that there will be an audit of or that there's an ongoing audit of the community toilet scheme. But it's my feeling that it is fundamentally inadequate, and that's why I've brought this amendment. I think that there is still a need that is not going to be met by that, even after the audit. But yeah, thanks anyway. Thanks for the support.
Thank you. Mayor Rees, would you like to respond to the debate?
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. So I'll run through some of the kind of particular items, and I'll talk about Mayor's Office of Communications. Firstly, on the community toilet schemes. I mean, when I used to work for a tier fund, a development agency, there was a phrase an overseas development worker who working in the slums shared with us: it's better to light a candle than curse the darkness. And what I would say to Councillor Bartle is, you know, we've said from the very beginning that yes, we will do the work with our officers about recruiting toilets, but actually it's up to every member in this chamber to go and recruit toilets as well for their communities. They know the lie of the land in terms of the challenges that we are facing financially, and if we all turned out and helped to recruit, then what has been a successful scheme would be even more successful. And I'd be interested to know which businesses actually turned you down, that you've approached and said they would not participate. Have you got a list of those that turned you down? None. So you haven't asked any. Okay. Well, here we go. That's it. In this chamber, we have 70 councillors who could be solutions. All right? And it's not about saving it up to once a year when you come and list the problems. All right? Let's get upstream and solve issues so that we can look at the financial challenges we face around community toilets and bring a solution. Secondly, on twinning, the level of our international profile is beyond anything that we've had before. In terms of taking on xenophobia, and I welcome the challenge, seen as my identity and position as the rest of it. But our proactivity around the Global Parliament of Mayors, the Mayors Migration Council, C40, our presence at COP, even with the World Economic Forum, we're really on the front foot of that, our global connectivity. And I would add to that what we should be doing with our twinning as well is look at taking cost ourselves. But actually, there are many civic organisations in the city that actually have resource that we would like them to put into the pot for these civic relationships. And that's, again, a solution that we should be looking for. In terms of the city office, I find that this is a very disappointing amendment, actually. In that chamber, in the room next door and on Zoom, and a number of councillors from other parties have been there. You've been there when we've had 400 people from across the city, from across public sector, voluntary sector, private sector, agreeing to take on issues of incredible significance. In fact, more significant than many of the things we discuss in this chamber: street conflict, knife crime, domestic violence. Okay, I'll get to it, Lord Mayor, now. And it's a model that has paid us dividends during COVID. Sorry, two last things, Lord Mayor. The Mayor's Office, first off, we created the Mayor's Office out of existing resource, no additional support. Over 1,000 emails a week we manage and communicate with the City of Bristol on. Right? This is about genuine political leadership and responsiveness to Bristol, and lack of understanding of what it takes to run a city of nearly 500,000 people may feed in that we think you can do it on the back of an envelope, but you cannot if you want to provide quality leadership. And communications, only last week in full council, many of the attacks that came from the opposition were about what they called was inadequate consultation. I mean, what do you think communications do? When we face these big challenges in Bristol about how we use our finite land for housing, transport, work, protection of nature, we have to engage with people.
And if we don't, the point's made, Mary. I think you're out of time.
And if we do not engage, we end up with pain down the road. So communications is not PR and spin; it's what we have to do in a complicated city, and we need to come to terms with that.
Okay, so we're going to move to the vote on amendment number 4. Please vote now. Okay, well, Councillor Pearce, so I'll wait for the result. What is your vote on this one? Against. Okay. So we have 38 votes for, 19 against, and 1 abstention, so that amendment is carried. And so we move on to amendment number 5. It's the Conservative amendment for the revenue element. And I invite Councillor Weston to move the amendment, please. Councillor Weston, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor. I'll use the same 3 minutes, of course, as the Mayor. Thanks, guys. That really touched me. I won't go over the comments about the Mayor's office and PR budgets. We've heard those being debated several times. I'll touch on the other items, though, for this. At the moment, the mayoral commissions have £99,000 in them, which allows the mayor to spend on more discretionary, on what he wants. So it's whatever priority the mayor would like. I think that we as a council could decide what that priority should be. We should be able to pick what it is. So hence why we want to cut that. We think that we can reduce bureaucracy and we can reduce PR. We can take that money from there. We can make a small cut on the reserves. Then we can spend it on priorities that we as a chamber have, which is supporting disabled parking bay provision, which is reducing the bulky waste collection. Fly tipping is all over the place at the moment. If it is cheaper, more people will use it. And we will spend less having to collect bulky items that are just dumped. I know this because I do the litter picks. We end up dragging the stuff out of the hedges, the mattresses, the TVs, and we pull it all together. It weighs a hell of a lot. I actually broke 2 litter pickers because the weight was so much on some of these items. So we try and collect all that. We can support the planting of fruit trees, which we all aspire to. And in the Jubilee year, I think we've all echoed it. We can plant that. That improves sustainability and biodiversity. That's a priority for this chamber. We can support the book fund in libraries. Let's face it, libraries are so important for so many of us, especially when we're talking about things like cost of living crisis, and actually to be able to access that resource for free is critical to some of our poorest communities and poorest families. That's a priority for this chamber. And of course, public toilets. We've heard a lot about that already, but that provision is so vital. I was chatting to some of the campaigners talking about disabled play areas. Well, you can really only put a disabled play area in if there's a public toilet that they can access to. So rather than let the mayor have the say, a discretionary say on what the priority is, we in the chamber have the say. So I'm moving the amendment today because I think these are important priorities for all of us. Reduce waste and bureaucracy, trim reserves, but support the disabled, support tackling bulky waste, support planting fruit trees, back our libraries, and let's bring back some of our public toilets. These are worthy, they should be a priority of the chamber. Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, and I call Councillor Gollop to second the amendment.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. So far today, I've heard Councillor Pearce's memorable speech about petty party politics. I can't remember any more of it, but I can remember that bit. And I've heard Mayor Rees talk about austerity. And I think we all recognise the financial pressures that the council has had to face in the last 10 years. But do you know, I've not heard anybody talk about the impact of austerity on the Mayor's office or on the communications budget. I'm indebted to my colleague on his birthday for mentioning the 147% increase in the Mayor's budget over, was it 5 years, Henry? Something like that? Mm-hmm. Yep. This is remarkable. And our residents don't understand it. They cannot understand why the bureaucracy is growing when they hear all the comments about frontline services really mattering. It doesn't stack up. So, my Lord Mayor, what we are trying to do is identify some very modest savings and actually make some suggestions of the improvements that could be made. So, it seems to me we've got to try and get the balance right. I've never come across so much anger from people about the proposed penalty for disabled parking bays. Extraordinary. A Labour administration proposing something that actually is alien to the majority of decent citizens. That is incredible. But we've also wanted to talk about other issues that we're concerned about as well. The fact is, my Lord Mayor, that fly tipping is a problem that blights us all. We just need to see something that gives a solution to reduce the penalty on those who have rubbish and don't know or can't afford to get rid of it at the moment. We have to do something. One only needs to walk around, and it could be by chance in Southmead, and see rubbish that is there, that is not being collected and is not being disposed of. My Lord Mayor, we have to do something. We can't just carry on accepting it and putting it to one side and saying second or third best is okay, we'll let it go. So my Lord Mayor, this amendment is just a taster, but I do commend it to you. We really want to show that just little adjustments can really make a difference. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. And I now call Councillor Goodman to speak on behalf of the Labour Group.
Hello. This proposal takes out nearly £500,000 from consultations, mayoral commissions and liaison with the public via the Mayor's office, equating to a reduction of 8 to 9 staff. As my colleagues have noted, consultation is key in local democracy. Which of consultations, citizens' assemblies and participatory budgeting do the Conservatives not want to have? As the officer response indicates, removing provision for mayoral commissions may restrict the capacity to support equalities-focused work and implement targeted interventions for specific groups with protected characteristics. Why do the Conservatives not want this? Removing £3,000 from the budget to the Brussels office, from the contribution to the Brussels office, is just petty, and there's no need to ask why the Conservatives want this. Reducing the operational reserve by £100,000, in addition to the £500,000 already removed, would reduce the remaining £300,000 to just £200,000, which could limit the ability to react to external audit recommendations and meet regulatory or statutory requirements. Why do the Conservatives want to limit this to the bare minimum? While it might be useful to reduce the bulky waste collection fee for 3 items, as the officer response notes, there would likely be greater lost income than outlined in this budget amendment, with the need to also reduce the charge for 6 items to avoid a perverse incentive to book 2 collections of 3 items rather than 1 collection for 6. The fruit tree planting scheme is useful, but work is already going on this, and it requires more than a 1-year burst, ramping up for 1 year, recruiting someone, getting the equipment in place, then abandoning this a year later. I'd love to continue providing parking bays for free for disabled people and fully protect the budget for books and e-resources for libraries, but we need to remember who is responsible for the need for cuts in this budget. It's the 12 years of austerity imposed by the Westminster government, presumably supported by the Conservatives in this chamber. You can't support 2 £100,000 adjustments here while supporting millions being reduced from the Council's budget each year by your Westminster colleagues. With public toilets, it would be great to have more provision, and I look forward to Conservative colleagues ensuring this Council gets the funding it requires to do everything we would like to do.
Thank you very much. I call Councillor Parsons to speak on behalf of the Green Group.
Budget, similarly welcome. Reducing the budget for books is likely to have a big impact, especially on children from poorer backgrounds, for whom access to books is incredibly important to developing literacy. These cuts could again disproportionately impact disabled and older people. But some concerns about whether, such as eliminating funding for the Brussels office. Bristol is an international city, and our European connections are important for our cultural and economic life. And the extent of the cuts that they propose to consultation and PR teams, we are proposing a modest reduction in this area, but the cuts the Conservatives propose are over 3 times larger. And I do worry that it would seriously affect the Council's ability to run decent consultations that allow residents to have their say. So, with an amendment like this, with good and bad elements, Greens will each make their own decisions. Some will put more emphasis on one aspect or another, and will vote accordingly. Most of us, I believe, are voting against. But the frustrating thing, of course, is that this budget process hasn't afforded councillors the opportunity of getting involved in collaborative budgeting over the year, where we could discuss these issues and come to a reasonable compromise. I do hope the administration will adopt a more consensual approach in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Councillor Kent to speak on behalf of the Liberal Democrat Group. Councillor Kent, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We will be supporting the amendment from the Conservative Group to the Mayor's budget today. I've got to say, I'm speaking with a little bit of sadness in supporting this because I had hoped that our early amendment would go through. But I fully accept that the Conservatives opposite supported our amendment, and I do genuinely thank you for that support. In looking through your amendment, clearly additional funding for tree planting, reversing the cuts to the library book fund, reinstating some of the closed public toilets are all measures that we are more than happy to support. Reducing charges for bulky waste collection and reversing the proposals to charge disabled drivers for implementation of parking bays, we also support. Looking a bit more specifically at some of those, the library cut is in itself a really dangerous cut. It looks easy to go for the book fund, but I certainly remember in the past when on the cabinet, officers would advise us that a cut to the book fund was often the worst thing you could do to the library service because it hurt the library service across the whole of the system, and they always strongly advised against that. So it's a shame to see that there. I understand there is pressure on services. I understand the difficulties faced by the administration, but I hope they'll think again about that particular cut. And I think although we've not included any amendments today, the museums cut has quite rightly raised concerns, and I think perhaps should be looked at again by the administration. The other one, of course, is this charge for disabled drivers. Now, strangely enough, I've seen this before. You haven't, because I killed it 10 years ago when I was Cabinet Member for Transport. And Councillor Pulteney there can remember the absolute killing I got when I took it into the Lib Dem Star Chamber. And I believe Alderman Bailey said to me, "Why do you hate disabled people so much?" I knew as soon as he said that idea was dead. I thought it was so dead, no one would ever dare to raise it again. I get a bad feeling all the transport officers who sat with me in that meeting and literally died in their seats and came out shaking have left. And so unfortunately this one got passed up the system again. Can I advise that one goes back into the dead pile and probably stays there? Anyway, we'll be voting for your amendment today, and I hope other members in the chamber choose to do so.
Thank you, and I now call Councillor Hopkins to speak on behalf of the Knoll Community Party.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And just to inform Councillor Kent, it was that particular charge was suggested to me because I was the executive member the year before, and it didn't get as far as the Star Chamber because it was clearly not something that could be supported. I would say that the reduction in the charge for bulky waste is okay, it's fine, but more could be actually made of educating the people who are entitled to get free bulky waste collection. Because a lot of the people who are fly tipping actually could get rid of the bulky waste for free because there are one or two ways that can actually be done. So that's a way forward. I am amazed that you managed to find, according to this paperwork, £3,000 left in the budget office. It's not doing any good if it's only £3,000. So, you know, it's difficult to oppose it, although I'm afraid that, you know, it's a bit ritualistic, isn't it? Getting rid of spending on the Brussels office. We support the measures that you're going to put the money towards, and we will be supporting the amendment.
Thank you very much. Councillor Weston, as mover of the amendment, would you like to respond to the debate?
Thank you very much to colleagues for their comments, and let's move on. Don't worry, I've got more speeches later.
Thank you, Councillor Weston. Mayor Rees, would you like to respond to the debate?
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. So I'm not going to pick everything, other things we've touched on, but look, I'm almost loath to say it, but I will share. I mean, when I look down at Craig and all he's done on finance, and then I hear from Councillor Gollop on our council finances, who was George's deputy, set up Bristol Energy and left us with a £30 million hole in the budget. It's quite hard to hear. These are facts. This is what happened. So that's very incredible. That's hard to hear. On the point of libraries, I know it's kind of, the debates are often hyperbolic in the council, but surely the worst cut to libraries is to actually close the buildings. And that's what we're not doing. So, we have to look at how we have kept our libraries open in the face of austerity when other local authorities have not done so, right? So, let's do the city a service and actually offer a little bit of nuance in the way we debate. Now, on the mayoral commissions, I mean, listen, there's a bit of challenge on this, right? So there's two things I'd ask about this. Firstly, and we have to be, this is politics, it's not, I have to be real. The Conservatives have a bit of a problematic relationship with equalities and inclusion, right? I don't think anyone's going to recognise that. Whether you're taking advice from Councillor Eddy on all this historically, I don't know, but it is not an area I would expect you to understand. So when we set up the commissions, and we continue to support the Women's Commission with the Commission for Race Equality, Disabled People's Commission now, when we relaunched our staff-led groups, I wouldn't expect you to understand the importance of creating space for groups of people who have historically been silenced. And not always because there's an evil individual making it happen, but because the systems don't hear their voices. But that's what those commissions are for. And there's a real lack of understanding of how they actually work. So it's great to throw out the conspiracy that somehow I send them orders. That is not the way that they work. The commissions set themselves up. We recruit a chair. It's a competitive process. The chairs go out. The Disabled Persons Commission now is going out to recruit its own members. I'm not a part of that process. They are there as a source of expertise, voice and challenge and constructive solutions for the city to make sure the city office and our policies actually reflect the concerns and the interests of those groups. It is not a group that we control. And on that point, I guess it feeds into what I suggest is a failure to understand how we have actually used power in Bristol. I know it's a well-worn trope, and just because you say it all the time doesn't make it true. It may get a tweet, it may get a headline, but it's not true to suggest that what we do is bring all decision-making into the mayor's office. The decision-making is distributed in cabinet through the One City approach. Many of the goals set out in the One City plan were not decided by me. They were decided by the city office. And those of you that have been to
almost out of time,
right? Those of you that have been to a city gathering meeting will know it's the city that decides the city priorities. But I mean, you'll make your voice as you do. I just ask you to catch up with where the city actually is.
Thank you. So we now move to the vote on amendment number 5. Please vote now. Councillor Pearce, assuming your buttons aren't working, how would you like to vote on this one? Against. Okay, so we have 22 votes for that one, 32 against, and 4 abstentions, so that amendment falls. And so we move to amendment number 6, which is the Conservative Capital Amendment. And I call Councillor Geeta to move the amendment. Councillor Geeta, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. This amendment aims to address a number of concerns I know that residents raise on a continual basis. Firstly, investment in local centres like high streets. For decades, these places were the heart of our communities, but as employment, investment, infrastructure and transport have become more city centre focused, they've lost the daytime footfall and local employment that once made them thriving communities and commercially viable places. I think everyone accepts that the high street has changed, but that shouldn't mean that it's neglected. Secondly, to help mitigate the Cribs Patchway New Neighbourhood Agreement, which, if this amendment is passed, will set a precedent for other wards on the outskirts of Bristol that could also be a risk in the future. The developers involved in the CPNN have rightly needed to address the main road junctions, but it falls to the council to address the anticipated problems around secondary junctions, congestion, and in turn, potential pollution.
Third, an increase in spending on outdoor equipment and facilities that are accessible for young people of all abilities. Spaces like Blaze Castle are fantastic, but for most people they involve transport and accompanying their children. Having good quality outdoor facilities within walking distance is about more than just exercise. It's about children learning to be independent, building relationships, developing social skills and getting regular exercise. And the last part of the amendment is to fully restore, repair and reinstate the Iron Bridge at Kings Weston. And I'm sure my colleague will expand on this, but after many years of no progress, a planning application that didn't consult the right stakeholders, lots of protests, a new planning application confirmed by the Deputy Mayor just last year, which was weeks away from submission, yet still nowhere to be seen, and now legal complications where the council doesn't seem to know in what way they actually own the structure, residents have had enough. Allocating these funds to the project will hopefully remove any future excuses. This amendment aims to show residents that despite being on the outskirts of Bristol, that they're not forgotten, that as councillors we recognise the challenges they face, and that we're prepared to invest in them, their children and their communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I call Councillor James Scott to second the amendment.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. As a new councillor, I feel honoured to use my maiden speech on such an important matter. During last year's election campaign, it became clear that the Iron Bridge was arguably the biggest issue and talking point in Avonmouth and Lawrence Weston Ward. And now I've been in the role for quite a few months, I don't think this view has changed. We all know the circumstances around the Iron Bridge as they've been well documented. How it was damaged in a collision over 6 years ago, how it stayed shrouded in scaffolding and unrepaired ever since, how it was a bridge that was constantly used by people to cross this busy road, children on their way to and from school, people out walking their dogs, or simply enjoying the great outdoors. And how the commitment from the public has grown stronger over the years. Just ask any of the 1,400 members of the Save the Iron Bridge Kings Weston Facebook group about their determined resolution to the cause. Of course, the powers that be will say we don't have the money, or it's not a priority infrastructure project, and to some extent, you could argue that this is the case. But when you've been waiting 6 years for action, surely you've shown enough patience and quite rightly expect some sort of commitment from the council after this time. After all, what positive news have we had from the council during this whole period? It seems to me that the only noise has been a long line of non-joined up rhetoric and excuses why not to repair it, as well as smokescreens and good old-fashioned delaying tactics. Which is why our amendment wants to fully restore, repair and reinstate Kings Weston Iron Bridge to obtain money from using or repurposing currently unallocated strategic SIL receipts and reducing corporate contingencies. I have no doubt the Iron Bridge project will take time and money to complete, but doesn't every major build? So that alone shouldn't be an excuse that's rolled out year after year. Supporters of the bridge deserve more, and we're certainly not going away. Everyone understands it's not an overnight process, but we need funds to be made available and, importantly, a timetable agreed so everyone knows we're serious about resolving it. I genuinely haven't met anyone who's happy that the bridge stays unrepaired. However, I assume the company supplying the scaffolding is quite content with the status quo, as it's costing the taxpayer between £300 and £350 a month, which has probably pushed the total spend on scaffolding to date to around £50,000. This is not a vanity project. Here is a structure that's not only aesthetically pleasing, but is also a vital bridge over a well-known blind spot. And let's not forget, it's also been in situ for over 200 years and is part of our wonderful city's history. How does everyone feel knowing that, up until today at least, they've been part of the process that has allowed the Iron Bridge to crumble into oblivion? That's something I wouldn't want on my CV. This Conservative-led amendment is not about Tories specifically benefiting from the repair and reopening of the bridge, as I seriously doubt that Conservative voters will be the only ones using it. Instead, this project will benefit people from all over the city, not just in my ward. This is therefore very much an inclusive project where political views are completely irrelevant. I grew up in the ward and have vivid memories of using the Iron Bridge. Please do not allow my last memories of it to be ones of neglect, decay, and ultimately of abandonment. I'm sure my fellow members wouldn't feel happy allowing iconic features in their wards to be treated in a similar way, so why should I sit back and allow it to happen in mine? As a councillor who is proud to represent all residents across all corners of the ward, I would have done everyone a disservice by not helping to bring this amendment to the table. I just wonder how other members will be viewed outside these four walls if they don't think the Iron Bridge is worth saving. Please vote for this amendment. Thank you, my Lord.
Thank you. And I call Councillor Rippington to speak on behalf of the Labour Group.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So here we have a Conservative Party amendment for about £3 million of changes in a budget of approximately £431 million. It's a rob Peter to pay Paul amendment. But let's be honest, this isn't the budget the Conservative Party would present if they were actually in charge today. No, that budget would be very different. It would involve the following: scrap the council tax rebate system, which has done so much recently to help some of the poorest families in the city and people adversely affected by the pandemic. Close most, if not all, of our 27 libraries. Libraries that Labour has managed to keep open even during the darkest of times, when all around 800 libraries have closed across the country. Close our children's
Point
centres.
of order, my Lord Mayor. Surely
Everyone
a member
else has
is
done
not
it.
allowed
So why
to
not here?
state policies that have never even been considered in the public where it is recorded as fact. This is totally unacceptable, my Lord Mayor, and I wish it to be withdrawn. Thank you.
Thank you. Noted, Councillor Gollop.
Can I continue?
You continue.
Close maintained nurseries, scrap the discretionary hardship fund, scrap the community meals service, sell off precious council houses. Incidentally, the Tories in Bristol introduced the local right to buy scheme long before the national policy was introduced, a policy which has decimated our social housing across the country. Scrap City Leap. Climate change probably won't happen, so we don't need to raise billions to decarbonise our city. And if WECA hadn't taken over the administration of the subsidised bus grant, they would probably be scrapping a whole lot of essential bus services too. And on top of this, they certainly wouldn't be voting to scrap the mayor if he was a Conservative. So, as I say, let's be honest here. Why not put forward the budget that you really would present to our city, given the chance, so that everyone can judge the Conservative Party for what it really is, the party of cuts and the party of decimation.
Thank you, and I'll now call Councillor Pulteney to speak on behalf of the Green Group.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's really hard to follow something like that. I rise to speak on behalf of a group that is a little ambivalent, which is a shame because there's a huge amount in this amendment that's fundamentally praiseworthy. The northern fringe of the city has suffered from decades of underinvestment. Places like Lockleys, Hallfield, Lawrence Weston, Henbury, Avonmouth have had pockets of severe deprivation that have never had the financial settlement that they deserve because there are pockets of wealth scattered across the same area. And I'm sure no one needs to be told that when you're really struggling, it's a very little consolation to know that you have neighbours that are loaded. The amendment in front of us sees the value of investing in our local centres across the city and all across the city as well. Better facilities closer to where people live, within walking and cycling distances, reducing commuting and congestion and supporting neighbourhood economies and creating local jobs. A far, far better investment than underwriting giant tower blocks of offices in the centre of town, especially as more and more people are working from home. Money for outdoor sporting facilities, yes, absolutely crucial to physical and mental health. Community well-being when we need it the most, God knows, after the last couple of years. And the King's Western Iron Bridge, yes, absolutely, long overdue and somewhat shameful that it takes a budget amendment to make something happen. But we do have concerns as well. In front of us is an amendment with a wording that is vague in some ways and ambiguous in others. And this is not the fault of the proposer, but of a labyrinthine and esoteric budget process. I know that some of my party colleagues have concerns that the amendment could effectively ring-fence a huge amount of CIL for road improvements in a single neighbourhood. Some of my colleagues will vote against this amendment, some will abstain, some, like me, will proudly vote for it. I think my concerns have been assuaged, but we're an unwhipped political group. Every Green councillor will vote according to what their conscience tells them is in the interests of their residents. And what a process this would be if all of us were free to vote as our conscience dictated.
Thank you very much. And I now call Councillor Kent to speak on behalf of the Liberal Democrat Group.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And it's me again. We've had a long debate in our group about this amendment. There's positives and maybe a few negatives. And I know that some of my colleagues are listening here today at the quality of the debate and will decide on how they vote based on that. Perhaps the members over there might want to think about that when they're putting their speeches to the chamber. So the good bits. I mean, our concern, by the way, was whether some of these funding pots were citywide or just Councillor Weston's ward. But he's assured us that it wasn't all for him and that he was willing to share it a little bit. So that's good news. Now, the proposal regarding SIL funding, investing that into district centres, small shopping centres and high streets on the edge of town, yes, I think that's a very good idea. I mean, I know there are some other initiatives, government initiatives, etc., in that area, and I think that would be something that we would really like to see. I think there is a real challenge for some of the district centres. I mean, Boardwalk in Knoll, our centre, Whitchurch District Centre as well. So seeing additional funding that can be put into long-term regeneration is an excellent idea. It needs a bit of fleshing out, that idea, but you shouldn't kill an idea because it's not been fully fleshed out. That's an opportunity for people to work across groups to be able to deliver a really innovative project. Regarding strategic parks, yes, we're always in favour of investing in parks. And we would at this point, of course, point out that Hengrove Play Park in our ward, which is the city's big strategic play park, is really in need of investment, and it's just had its car park stripped away from it by a planning application. So that's something which I think we should be looking at long term. As said, some of the ideas do need fleshing out. Just a little bit on this quality of debate, because I think the Mayor quite rightly points out that sometimes he's concerned about the quality of debate in the chamber. I think we're concerned a bit about that tonight. I would just say to some of the members of the administration, when you just come in and lob political stones at people, don't be too surprised when they don't really like your ideas. You know, if you want to fight ideas you don't like, come back and fight them based on whether the idea is any good or not. So having gone through, weighing up the pros and the cons, my belief is that the pros clearly outweigh the cons, and I'll be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I call Councillor Hopkins to speak on behalf of the Knoll Community Party.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, I thought political debate had reached its low point when we heard Boris attacking Keir Starmer the other night. I think now it's been outdone by a couple of performances today, and I think that's to be regretted very much. I think the case for the Iron Bridge was made. I have to say that of an initial speech, it was rather long, but it was far more worth listening to than the extra 10-minute speeches we've had from the Mayor. So, thank you. You made the case. I'm not totally convinced that the case has been made on the patchway, etc. I agree with the principle of allocating the SIL money, which at the moment seems to be there as a slush fund for the administration to use as they see fit. And I do agree with that principle, but I don't have enough information really to be able to say that we fully support all the elements of the amendment. So, you know, we won't vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Geeta, after everybody has spoken, would you like to respond to the debate?
Well, I wasn't going to, but I feel like I should now after that outburst. I think, although I should probably take it as a compliment that the Labour group member couldn't find anything negative to say about the amendment whatsoever. It's also been said that this is such a small amount of money in the context of a budget. But I think sometimes people forget why we're here. We're elected by people not to be, you know, if we as leaders, for example, which is one comment that's been mentioned, we're public servants and representatives of our communities. And this is what the community that I represent, in part, wants from this amendment. So, yes, it's unfortunate that it's taken a budget amendment to try and get funds for the King's Western Iron Bridge, but that's just where we are. This is kind of the last straw, it appears, without having to go on for another 6 years. So I understand why some of you may not feel you've got over the line, but to those who are able to vote with their own conscience, I would please ask you all to vote in support of this and, you know, get us the money for this that we need. Thanks.
And Councillor Cheney, would you like to respond on behalf of the Cabinet?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be very brief. I think this is an amendment where you know, quite often with amendments you find good things but the funding source is a bad thing. And we just don't fundamentally agree with taking strategic sale and applying it to those specific projects. We believe that sale should be, even strategic sale should be driven from the bottom up. So what do residents want when their areas are suffering hefty development within their area? So we just disagree with it on that basic point.
Thank you very much. So we'll now move to the vote on Amendment 6. Please vote now. So, Councillor Pearce, while everyone else is pressing their buttons, how would you like to vote? Against, thank you. Okay, so we have 22 votes for the amendment, 27 against, and 9 abstentions, so that amendment falls. And so we move on to amendment number 7. This is a Green Group amendment involving the revenue element of the budget, and I call Councillor Mack to move the amendment. Councillor Mack, you have 3 minutes.
Oh, like my colleague Councillor Wilcox, I forgot that it would be coming to me. The Greens suggesting we don't need flood defences, I know sounds pretty mad, and it is, and that is not what we are proposing. I'm saying that at the outset, because we're going to hear that a few times. I think what we're doing here is grappling with challenges and complexities, as we have been asked to do. This is a challenging and complex amendment. Totally agree with that. I propose to temporarily take money from a reserve for future flood defence construction project to spend on essential services over the next 2 years. This will have no impact on the Council's planned delivery of flood defences or its capacity to respond to any emergency flooding. It's not what the money's there for. It will be important that this money is replenished before it is needed. And this will be made possible by increasing the resilience of our budget by reducing some of the damaging and risky planned cuts. We have moved 13 million into various earmarked reserves this year alone. We hold 11 million more in general reserves than we need. I have no concern about our ability to put this 1.25 million back into this earmarked reserve before 2026. And When the Greens share power in a committee system in 2024, I promise to make it happen if it hasn't already. So let's focus on what the money is going towards. This money will be used to reduce planned cuts in staffing by 1 million, focusing on keeping in place frontline staff and protecting service provision. While the administration has claimed to be protecting frontline services, detail in the budget report confirms that their proposals will impact on both key services and council staff. Cutting roles will lead to more risk of stress and absences, which is in itself bad for service delivery. Following years of budget cuts in Bristol, we cannot continue making our workforce more efficient without having a serious impact on service delivery, including services which support the most vulnerable in our city. There is also a plan to reduce the budget cuts to the trade union facilities time, which allows staff dedicated time for their union roles. This will give extra funding will give the council time to either fully fund or properly consult with the unions and agree a workable plan. The proposed cut is too much and too fast and would seriously hamper the ability of the unions to represent staff time at a time of considerable change.
Thank you. I now call Councillor White to second the amendment.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mack has outlined why we feel that this is a prudent and safe to take from reserves. Like her, I feel many of these proposed cuts are too deep and too quick. Some of the consequences, I believe, just haven't been quite thought through properly. For example, support for trade union, Heather's spoken about this, but I would reiterate our group's commitment to trade unions and just add that the proposal to take 2/3 of the budget away immediately comes ahead of any meaningful conversation and before the assessment of the consequences of directors picking up the cost of staff representation. This really needs a pause and more careful thought. Reduction in staffing is similarly hasty. Our proposals here will again help us to manage these cuts to mitigate their immediate impact. We're keen to work further with officers to highlight how best our amendments can be used to reduce the impact, particularly in social care. Disabled parking fees are also in this bundle. We've heard about this before. This needs to be funded to ensure people have equality of access. Again, if we had more time, I feel that we could have some creative solutions to this. For example, for looking at parking fees as a whole. This proposal allows us that time to do that. Finally, in this bundle, more reserves should be used to develop creative solutions in social care. We don't agree with all the social care proposals, but understand the huge pressure to make savings, however distasteful. Within that context, Councillor Holland and officers have put forward some interesting proposals that really should help people move people to independence, such as making general housing more accessible. What I feel is missing a bit is additional resources to help service users manage that transition to independent living. In my experience, these are times when people need additional resources to move to support that is less intensive in the long term. By providing staff to work with providers to manage that transition, this pilot allows a flexible approach to managing individuals' budget. It offers a lot of opportunity in the future, and this is a chance to test it out. So, finally, I urge you to support this, albeit small, but I don't think petty amendment. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I now call Councillor Renard to speak on behalf of the Labour Group.
Thank you. Well, it's not every day you'll see a Green Party wanting to cut funding for flood defences. In effect, it's cutting funding set aside to address our response to the ecological and climate crises that we face, without a clear plan to replace that funding. It is, in effect, kicking the can down the road. Investing in flood defence is something that we must be a top priority. I welcome the work that the Mayor and Council...
Councillor, one moment.
Point of order, I have listed plans for replacing that money, and we have 11 million more in general reserves than our strategy states, so there is...
Okay, that's a difference of opinion, it's not a point of order.
Yes.
Carry on.
It's not a point of order, I don't agree. So, investing in flood defences is something that must be a top priority. I welcome the work that the Mayor and Councillor Beach are leading to develop the Bristol Avon flood strategy that's seen the administration make huge strides of progress. There are existing homes we must protect, as well as ensuring that we take a strategic approach to flood defences for new homes and infrastructure in the area, so that we do not risk piecemeal solutions delivered developer by developer that creates problems for effective placemaking in this city. I understand at least 1,500 homes and businesses are at risk from flooding, should there be a major flooding event. And the West of England Combined Authority and both our neighbouring authorities that are also part of WECA recognise the challenge we're facing. They agree with us that there is a need for a comprehensive solution that will require significant investment in infrastructure as a priority that unlocks much needed homes. As a reminder, in the budget report it makes it clear that if this reserve were to be used, a proposal to replenish the reserve would be required, as the Council is likely to have a commitment in the future and must have a clear plan for it. The drawdown would reduce the funding available for flood defence and the commitment the Council can give in relation to the contribution to 8.75 million. And as it is noted, we will need to replenish this prior to 2025, but it is subject to future budget decisions with no current identified solution. Flood defences are not a nice to have, and on this basis we won't be supporting this amendment today. Putting in jeopardy a flood defence solution for Bristol and Avon through drawing on its funding is as naive as it is reckless and could even put lives at risk. At least 13,000 new homes in the next 20 years are also on the line, so we cannot continue to kick the can down the road. And I also note earlier comments made by Councillor Weston about delivering housing and what we can do, and it will be for all parties to take responsibility on delivery or not, alongside whether they are supporting housing delivery in the city or blocking it. Let me also take this opportunity to be clear to our trade union colleagues. This saving in there was never about cutting facility time. It was and remains about the cost being absorbed by departments, with the expectation that all departments support this approach. The Mayor's door, my door, as well as those of colleagues in this administration, are always open to trade union colleagues to raise concerns and have a constructive dialogue about the issues as they see them from a union perspective. We strongly support branch structures in trade unions, as well as strong workplace representation, and we will continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I call Councillor Weston to speak on behalf of the Conservative Group.
I told you you'd hear from me again. Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor. This one is a mixed bag, if I'm honest about it. I have some severe concerns about removing money from flood defences. And I find the irony somewhat strange that it's a Conservative talking about climate change to a Green amendment. It's not lost on me. I understand the plan is to put the money back in, but we have to deal with what we have now. And as it stands, we face a real problem. I've actually got flooding going on in my ward as we speak. So the Henbury Ford, which I was talking about in relation to Station Road and everything else, well, it's flooded now. So we've currently got a car broken down on the other side of it. That road is now closed. So when we think of flooding, it isn't necessarily thinking just about the harbour side. There are actually pockets across the city which are prone to this localised flooding, which can also dramatically change what happens in the city. Because if that road closes, traffic flows onto something else, like water. So when we think about flooding, it's not just the harbour side, it's other areas, it's my community, and it's my community now. What the money's being spent on is all very worthy. A couple of items of it we were suggesting earlier ourselves. But it's whether the money you're taking it from to pay for it is worth that gamble. And I don't think it is. I'm afraid today we won't be able to support this amendment. This isn't a shock. We've obviously been chatting beforehand. But as it stands, I just don't believe the benefit outweighs that risk. That flood defence money is vital for this city. And I don't think that should be drawn down in this manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I call Councillor Brown to speak on behalf of the Liberal Democrat Group.
This amendment does some really good things, and we really wanted to support it. By reducing savings amongst the very tier of staffing that will be required to provide the efficiencies to help balance the books in this and future years, it gives this council a greater chance of success in achieving its aims, stabilising the budget for further pressures ahead. By reinstating much of the central funding for paid time for trade union activities, it prevents or at least mitigates a bizarre lottery where the cost for this time will be borne by individual services and could change as and when representatives change. A stealth cut to services if ever there was one. By removing the proposal to charge for disabled parking bays, it will ensure that life is not made more difficult for those who need them, particularly those who are disadvantaged financially. By spending funds on developing flexible approaches to commissioning care, it will play a part in providing a stronger foundation for the future. Those are all things that we support, we would love to see going through. And we suspect that much of that sentiment will be shared on Labour benches as well. I know that cuts to the funding for union time, for example, has touched nerves amongst some of the members of the Mayor's benches. Unfortunately, though, for all the good that is proposed in the amendment, we cannot support reducing reserves earmarked for flood defences. Now, I know that Councillor Mark will reiterate again when she gets back up that the funds are not immediately required and that the Council could reburst these in coming years, potentially out of the general reserve. And I agree, those are all things that could happen. But here and now, it can't be guaranteed. We're setting a budget for this year, and we can only vote in favour if we knew for certain that funds will be repaid, and we can't do that. So we're going to abstain with regret.
Thank you very much. And I will call Councillor Hopkins to speak for the Knoll Community Party.
I think flood defences are very important as well. I also recognise that a lot can happen before 2026. And I have confidence that with working together, we can actually find the funds to replace that that's been borrowed from that area. Everybody has agreed, apart from the Labour Party, obviously, that the better things paid for are very desirable. And I think that when you look at this, you have to take a balance and you have to look and say, do we want these things delivered? Which I think we all do. And then we've got to work out if the money couldn't be taken from general reserves, which I understand the administration refused to allow, there is a place where it can be temporarily taken from and then dealt with afterwards. The here and now is very interesting to use it as an excuse for not supporting the amendment, but frankly, when we're looking at the money that's actually going to be spent in several years' time, when we all have the opportunity to actually adjust the spending in the meantime, not least, I have to say, by getting the right result in the referendum in May, because we spend lots of money where we don't necessarily want to, as well as you know, the PR budget, etc. As well as the PR budget, etc. We also have schemes which we know could be cut far and would not disadvantage the residents of Bristol. So we will be supporting this. Let's see what comes up.
Thank you very much. So all the groups have spoken. Councillor Mack, would you like to respond?
Yeah, we've talked about petty politics, we've talked about headlines a lot today, and I think this is quite a disappointing response. I've spoken to my colleagues on resources and budget scrutiny, and there's a lot of understanding about why this would happen, why this would work, and that it's not risking the actual flood defences, and a number of councillors understand that and have discussed that, and so to stand up, and I understand how this is going to be used in headlines, and I don't feel like it's actually a lot of people's opinions, so I do find that is a pity, but see, I understand. Made their mind up.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Beach, would you like to respond on behalf of the Cabinet?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just want to respond to the flooding part of the amendment, which won't be a surprise given my portfolio. Heather, as a member of Resources Scrutiny, I would have thought that you'd have understood more about how capital infrastructure and funding works. This is not a top-up situation. You are just fundamentally incorrect. We're in a critical year in 2022 for agreeing with EA, WECA and our neighbouring councils to make the single biggest environmental investment Bristol and WECA will have seen for many years. I am pretty shocked to see that MAC amendment come through as the leader of the Greens, and I do think it could threaten the success of this programme. Today, as Tom's talked about, and I won't go over that again, 1,500 homes are at risk of a major flood event, and we have a dedicated team building the legal agreements and the finance agreements we need to progress the outline business case. Without that finance locked in, we cannot progress into detailed consultation. That happens this year. Whether you like it or not, Heather, you are stood here tonight saying we don't need to prioritise protecting our city from the impact of climate change now. Your only bedfellow is Hopkins, and I think that speaks volumes about this amendment. So I just want to go quickly onto the unions. It's not in my portfolio, but please don't be misled, and it doesn't sound like this is going to be supported, but this amendment does nothing to support unions and members of unions overall. It doesn't include the absorption of costs.
into into directorates as the initial saving line did. It is far worse than what was already tabled, and it is tantamount to a full cut. We will continue to work and negotiate with unions to make sure that membership continues to rise and that members are adequately represented. So I will finish by returning to flood-in. If members tonight did accept this amendment, it would have an impact because we would not be able to deliver our portion of the finance needed. The EA do not accept IOUs. Thank you.
Sorry. Final point of order.
Is this actually a point of order, or is it a disagreement?
Because if we are...
I'm going to hit. If this is a point of order, we'll take it. If it's a disagreement, we've had the debate.
If we reduce a saving, so reducing the saving on unions for a year...
I'm sorry, this isn't a point of order. The debate, we've had the debate.
No, I am saying what I understand, and I might be wrong, but it is, if we reduce a saving on unions and then stop reducing it, then it would go back to the
Councillor Mack,
administration's plan.
This is not a point of order. Right, we've had the debate, it's finished. And we are going to move to the vote. So this is the vote on amendment number 7. Please vote now. And Councillor Pearce, how are you voting on this one? Against, thank you. So we have 18 votes for the amendment, 32 against and 9 abstentions, so that amendment falls. And we move on then to amendment number 8. This is a Green Group amendment on the revenue element of the budget, and I call Councillor Mohammed to move the amendment. Councillor Mohammed, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The Council is planning to remove the first 30 minutes of free parking for parking bays in RBZ areas of Bristol. This is something I believe will hurt local shops at the expense of large retailers with their own car parks like Asda and Sainsbury, Tesco's, Lidl, or so on. Although Green Council supports sustainable travel and want to see more shopping done by public transport, foot and bicycle, we also recognize the value of local shops to communities and understand that having some parking bays is important for the elderly or those with disabilities. Bristol's small businesses have been hammered in recent years with Brexit, COVID-19 pandemic, and now the cost of living crisis. This is not the right time to make it harder for them to compete with the big retailers, while it might not be a massive impact on its own. I know that given other pressures small businesses are faced with, this free parking feels like a last lifeline for many shops in Lawrence Hill and other parts of the city. This amendment will protect the 30 minutes free parking and simply increase the cost of parking after 30 minutes are up by 15% or just 20 pence extra per hour. This change should help encourage those parking for longer to use alternatives instead, such as cycling or public transport. If accepted, other Green amendments to this budget will do more on this front to develop more school streets programs, tackle illegal parking, and invest in making local neighborhood more livable. Now is not the right time to take this support for local shops away. I hope Cross Party will support this amendment tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll call Councillor Hathaway to second the amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just to reiterate what Yasin said, our small businesses and independent traders really are the backbone of this city, and they make it what it is today. In the shadow of receding COVID and a cost of living crisis looming, now is not the right time to withdraw 30-minute free parking near our high streets. Our high streets continue to face intense pressures, not least from the shift to online shopping, which has been accelerated by the pandemic. They must be supported to change to offer the vibrant mix of shopping and leisure that will continue to draw in visitors in the future. Until we provide the infrastructure and spaces that make everyone feel that they can get to their high street safely and cheaply by public transport, walking or wheeling, many will still feel the need to get around the city by car. Removing 30 minutes of free parking does nothing to address that issue today, but it does disadvantage small local businesses against big business with free parking. As well as being difficult to enforce, to do so adds undue strain at a time when our local economy is still finding its feet after a hellish 2 years of lockdowns, COVID restrictions, and patchy government support. This amendment, backed by small businesses across the city, seeks to protect that provision. It shows we care about access for disabled people, the infirm, and the elderly who are most likely to need to drive today. It recognises that in our car-centric city, the big faceless chains can often offer free parking and further draw trade away from those high streets not yet reimagined. As Greens, we look to a time when our high streets are thriving, even more diverse, and when visiting them by car is an almost alien concept. Until then, we must do more to nurture what we have, and I hope you'll join us in supporting the amendment for that reason.
Thank you. I now call Councillor Bradshaw to speak on behalf of the Labour Group.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This struck us as a very sensible amendment at a very difficult time, as has been said, for many high streets in the city. It's a sense of deja vu for me because back in the day when we were rolling out residence parking schemes, I had a terrible debate at the time with our officers about whether to extend, I think it was then a 15-minute free period, and we doubled it to 30. And it has made a difference. It promotes the use of those parking bays in RPZ areas. It discourages long stay parking. You still have to get a ticket from the pay and display machine. And I know from anecdotal evidence that some people get the first 30 minutes and then put some coins into the machine or use Ringo to stay a little bit longer. It doesn't go against our stated policy of encouraging people to walk, cycle and use public transport, but I think it's in recognition that for some people that is not an option. And I think what it also does, it just gives an extra bit of help to those small businesses who really do struggle. It enables people to pop into the pharmacist or post office or whatever it might be and just do their daily chores. I'm always conscious of the fact that Bristol is made up of about 50 high streets. Not all of them obviously have an RPZ, but for those that do, I think it's important to signal for our support to the local economies. Many of our residents, including in my own area, depend on their local high streets, and it's a signal that we as a council care. So I would urge all members across all parties in this chamber to back this particular amendment. I think it's one thing I would say is it's very clear how it's going to be funded. By adjusting the tariff on pay and display, it covers the additional cost of this. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. I now call on Councillor Hooker to speak on behalf of the Conservative Group.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The Conservative Group support this amendment to retain the first 30 minutes of free parking for pay and display bays within residence parking schemes. The original purpose of the 30-minute free tickets was to support local businesses who were fearful of losing passing trade. We are not convinced that there is sufficient evidence to reverse that decision. And people such as home care workers and district nurses who need to make quick visits to clients and patients would be disadvantaged by this proposal. It would particularly affect small independent businesses who, unlike larger businesses, are rarely able to provide free customer car parks. Many of the residents' parking schemes are in areas which are served by local shops which provide a unique offering, in contrast to the national chains or online retailers. Many of these businesses rely on a flow of customers whose visit is a short one. We should do everything we can to avoid causing harm to these businesses. It is important we protect the sustainability, vibrancy and diversity of our independent retailers. Thank you.
Thank you, and I now call Councillor Classic to speak on behalf of the Liberal Democrat Group.
So parking can be an incredibly contentious issue in the city. On the one hand, many people still need and prefer to use cars, while on the other hand, we have ambitious climate emergency goals to achieve, which will require a cultural shift away from a car-based city. Our city also has a strong reputation for small, independent local businesses, many of which have been hit extremely hard over the last 2 years, and many areas of the city will benefit from these businesses thriving. Continuing to allow 30 minutes windows of free parking in these areas will benefit those shops, allow customers to make quick stops into these businesses while also keeping a relative turnover of parking. This will impact those who may be less mobile, disabled people, older people, carers, pregnant people and parents with small children, as this will allow them to make short trips and park more easily. The increase in fees for the time after 30 minutes will encourage more people to access these areas by more environmentally friendly methods such as buses, walking or cycling. This will hopefully cause a cultural shift away from a car-based society while still protecting independent businesses and those less mobile. We are happy to support this amendment to the budget.
Thank you very much, and I call Councillor Hopkins on behalf of the Knoll Community Party.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I was puzzled at first because the first part of this was Green Party actually proposing free parking. And then I was reassured by the second bit, and actually, overall, an extremely sensible and workmanlike amendment. Our group, along with others, will be supporting this, and we hope it can be passed through unanimously.
Thank you very much. So, as seconder of the amendment, Councillor Hathaway, would you like to respond to the debate?
Yeah, thank you. I've been really enjoying my first budget, but in the interest of time, I'll keep it short. I appreciate for some of us Greens, we're in a difficult situation with this one. Clearly, as a Green myself, I'm not normally used to standing up to support parking private cars on our public streets. But it's good to hear that we realise that now is not the time to withdraw the provision that helps level the playing field for traders in places outside of the old city and those others that are being supported to adapt, like the previously mentioned Cottam Hill. As Yasin spoke to earlier, in areas like Stapleton Road and right across the city, local businesses are being met with the prospect of increasing running costs and an end to COVID support. So it's really good to see us coming together on this one. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Alexander, on behalf of the Cabinet, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, just to say, excuse me, in the budget proposals, I indicated that we hope to make to charge more for parking. There's a couple of reasons for that. One reason is we need the revenue because there are costs associated with maintaining car parks, etc. And the other is that we have a clear policy direction. Any proposals we're going to go to consultation, and particularly I want to talk to disability groups about the possible impacts of any proposals. I've heard everything everyone said, and I feel very pleased with this and very kind of emboldened to take it forward, to be honest, with cross-party support. So thank you for that. Yeah.
Thank you. So we will put the amendment to the vote. Please vote now. Councillor Pearce, how's your vote? 4. Thank you. With 55 votes in favour and 4 abstentions. That amendment is carried. And so we move on to our 9th and final amendment. This is a Green Group amendment involving the capital element of the budget, and I call Councillor Fodor to move the amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's been a long meeting, so I shall try to be brief. I'm delighted to propose my capital spending amendment. It's part of a balanced budget, approved as a legal and practical measure by officers. And it's designed to ensure strategic funds are available for the city to grow and develop. I hope you'll all support this creative proposal. It supports the rising city population and allows the council to target strategic help towards our neighbourhoods, which are becoming ever denser through new construction, and help them desperately with their desperate need to recover from the pandemic. Once we have agreed the strategic business case, which is always the procedure, and release these strategic SIL funds, the Community Infrastructure Levy, strategic money, there will be a 4-year pot to invest in parks and open spaces and streets across the city's neighbourhoods. This can help unlock additional funds from elsewhere for some areas as well. The budget amendment helps meet council goals and deliver strategies that need funding. As the strategic SIL balance is replenished every year from new developments and their funds, there will always be funds coming for other priorities that are still in the pipeline. We all know parks that need investment in accessibility, drainage, for supporting concessions and for better connectivity. And we all know neighbourhoods where our network of streets need to be made safer and more livable to deal with the parking and traffic as the city grows. Here, I hope we can all agree to allocate this strategic fund using developer contributions that we receive to help deliver all of this. Thanks very much.
Thank you, and I call Councillor Edwards to second the amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm also going to be brief because I think we're ready for a break. I'm happy to second this amendment by Councillor Fodor. And contrary to what you may have heard here tonight, as ward councillors, we are always looking for solutions to problems. And as representatives in the City Council, we're always looking for ways to improve the growing city for its present and future residents. The health and well-being of our residents and communities is a concern for us all. And I'm sure we all share the same frustrations when practical and positive solutions, such as livable neighbourhoods and the elements that comprise livable neighbourhoods, can't be implemented more widely due to lack of funds. So I see this amendment as a sensible solution. This is a way to focus some of our strategic developer funds to where they will benefit the health of residents and help communities grow and thrive rather than continuing to battle rising traffic pressures. This amendment will also ensure that our precious green spaces and parks are up to scratch. The last 2 years have shown us more than ever how vital these spaces are, and this is an opportunity to keep those parks and green spaces flourishing and to cope with rising use from city growth. Investment in green spaces has long-term benefits and will encourage city developers to keep the well-being of communities in mind as they help our city grow. This could also help invest in them to adapt to a changing climate and the need for sustainable drainage and green infrastructure. This amendment still leaves other funds for the corporate strategy, so I ask you to please support. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call Councillor Lippington to speak on behalf of the Labour Group.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's often suggested that this Labour group has no say in decision making and that we effectively just do what we are told by the Mayor. So I wanted to give you a bit of an insight into the workings of our party and how we came to the conclusions we have today. Over the past week, we've had 2 long meetings to discuss all the amendments presented here this afternoon, including those of the Conservative Party. And whilst these were cabinet-led discussions, nearly all of our councillors contributed, discussions were frank and honest, and at the end of the day, we came to agreement on each one. There were very few ambitions presented in these amendments in terms of how to spend extra money that we did not support or agree with. Our objections, where we have objected, have come from the ways in which the money would be raised. Martin, this amendment is another case in point. None of us has a problem with spending more money on parks and green spaces or on transport. Indeed, we are trying as hard as we can to find imaginative solutions to many of the problems we acknowledge exist in these areas after years of austerity. However, this amendment merely takes money away from a number of schemes that are ongoing in areas of high growth and redistributes it more widely across the city. The problem with this is that strategic SIL must be spent on areas of high growth. That is stipulated by law. Although the money may appear in the budget as unallocated, that does not mean there is not a plan for it. As it says in the impact assessment, projects that would be adversely affected include the City Centre Castle Park scheme, White House Street, Froome Gateway, green infrastructure, including tree planting and biodiversity improvements, City Region's Sustainable Transport Strategy, which will fund livable neighbourhoods to the tune of 10 million, and the Avon Flood Strategy, vital to our future house building programme. The reason why the money for these schemes remains unallocated at this point is because they are still out for consultation or will be in the coming years. We are asking the people in these areas what their priorities are and how they think this money could best be spent to bring about improvements they need. Removing this money now will simply delay change in the areas which are most in need of it. We are therefore not supporting this amendment, although that does not mean we are not committed to improving our city.
Thank you, and I call Councillor Gollop to speak on behalf of the Conservative Group.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. It's interesting, isn't it, that one puts forward an amendment and it gets rejected, and then someone else puts forward an amendment and it's rejected for different reasons. But I was delighted to hear Councillor Rippington speak then, because I can assure the House that, in my opinion, one of his speeches was better than the other. And if you carry on progressing at that rate, Tim, you'll be quite a good speaker by the end of this term of office. But I also want to pick up on something Tim said as well, because I think the insight into the workings of the Labour group was something that I suspect we all found highly educational. And I would just indicate my view that if we're all agreed on where the money should be directed, if the Mayor was serious about consensus politics, there would be time to actually work in the next week and a half to actually come up with a budget that would be workable and acceptable to everybody. And I think that would be, and I'm speaking for myself, my group might not even agree with me, but I actually believe members across the board recognise the challenges that the finance team have had to deal with and would like to work with this to find a way of reaching a resolution and passing a balanced budget. Now, having said that, I can't possibly disagree with this amendment because it actually says what we wanted in the first place. I cannot comprehend the idea that SIL just builds up unallocated to be used at the will of those who are in a position to access it, and it's not available to anybody else. This is the one time of year when backbenchers have the opportunity to put forward recommendations. So, my Lord Mayor, this seeks some real priorities that we identify with, we believe everybody identifies with. We'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call Councillor Clark to speak on behalf of the Liberal Democrat Group.
Thank you very much. I think this amendment is a really good example where it was very difficult to unpack what was actually meant, and that's not a criticism of the Green Group in any way. And the only way that I really understood it was to phone you, Heather, and say, what does this mean? And you told me that you had been told to write this amendment in this particular form, and that's the only way that I really could understand and unpack what your intentions are. And I agree with everybody else that your intentions are really good. I like the fact that you acknowledge within this amendment that the demography of this city and the type and location of housing is changing year on year. We're getting more people, obviously, we've got a greater number of flats within the city, so they are going to be looking for external resources and amenities in our open spaces and parks, and we do need to invest in those. What I really didn't understand within the amendment, and I needed clarification on, was about drainage and facilities and footpaths and things like that. And I think that what you're referring to there is a nod to the state of some of the facilities in our open spaces. And I totally get that. Walking through, I was thinking about Victoria Park, actually. That's a really good example where the pathways through Victoria Park really are at the end of their life. And they need some love and attention, and they need some investment to give a good quality amenity for people to enjoy. And I think that this is a really good example within this budget amendment of that. We also fully endorse the notion of livable neighbourhoods, and I think that the administration has to date shown a bit of lack of ambition in this respect, and I think that we need to really push this project forward in order to give us residents a better quality environment. So our group will be supporting this, and thank you very much. And thank you very much for the clarification and unpacking some of the text within the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Councillor Hopkins on behalf of the Knoll Community Party.
Yes, we will be supporting this amendment. I don't think that'll be too much of a surprise. I think that, I think about our own park, which has had quite useful, our main park, capital investment, but it hasn't actually come from the council, not over the last few years. It's been voluntary organisations getting things done, getting things improved, and unfortunately, the capital spending over the last few years on parks has been woeful. I think the clue, actually, Councillor Rippington, in terms of this is unspent strategic SIL, unspent, unallocated. It's no good not having a plan of exactly what you're going to do, and then when somebody comes up with a plan for spending the money, it's, oh, well, we would have spent it on all these other things instead. You're the administration. So basically, you should have a plan, hopefully a plan developed in consultation with other parties, but having large amounts of cash sat in a slush fund and then complaining when somebody comes up with a sensible way of spending it really is not a way forward. So we will absolutely be supporting this amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Fodor, as mover of the amendment, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm happy to respond. And I'm delighted that there's such a wide lot of support across the Chamber for all of the objectives here. It's disappointing that one group in the Chamber thinks that projects that haven't yet got a strategic business case are ones where the money is promised. It isn't promised until a strategic business case is provided and agreed. And that is what I hope this proposal will gain, its own strategic business case. Just one bit of clarification, because all of these ongoing schemes, they've been in the pipeline for years, they'll come forward in years, and the money is replenished every year from strategic SIL from developers. Just to set the record straight, in case there is a misunderstanding, we do understand strategic SIL is not used for repairs and maintenance. That's why I'm very carefully suggesting that new circulation and access is a valid use of it, because that's investment, that's new development. And it's to deal with these growth pressures across the whole city. And growth is uneven, but a strategic fund can be used where it's needed. And I welcome the support, and I hope it will be invested for the benefit of our growing communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Venner, I think it's your turn to respond on behalf of the Cabinet.
I'll keep this very brief because I think we're keen to get to a break. And I don't really have much to add to Councillor Rippington's excellent summary earlier. Councillor Hopkins, I would just perhaps point out that there is a list of identified schemes in the notes. Hopefully you have properly read the papers. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. And so we move to the vote on amendment number 9. Please vote now. And Councillor Pearce, barring a technological miracle. What's... Against, thank you. Right, so we have 39 votes in favour of that amendment, 20 against, so that amendment is carried. And so that completes the debate on amendments. We now move to section 7 of the procedure, and I will ask our Chief Financial Officer to confirm the position in terms of amendments carried.
So thank you, Lord Mayor. I can confirm that the following 5 budget amendments have been carried. That would be Amendment 1, Noel Community Group, Capital. Amendment 3, Green Group, Combined Revenue and Capital. Amendment 4, Green Group, Revenue. Amendment 8, Green Group, Revenue. And Amendment 9, Green Group, Capital.
Thank you. So, as per the procedure, I now formally move that full council notes the Chief Financial Officer's statement as required under the Local Government Act 2003. And this is set out in full at paragraph 17 of the budget report, which is page 65 of the published pack, and confirms the robustness of the budget estimates. Can I ask, please, Councillor Varney, as Deputy Lord Mayor, to second the motion?
I rise to second the motion, reserving my remarks. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. And I ask full council then to formally note the Chief Financial Officer's statement. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? Good, then that is formally noted. Right, at this stage, I have had an indication from the Mayor that he is not in a position tonight to decide whether to accept the budget as amended. So what I'm proposing is that we are going to take a short adjournment of no more than 5 minutes. So please remain in your seats. But if I can ask, please, party group leaders and whips to join us in the conference room, we can discuss what we're doing next. Thank you. The situation we have is this. The Mayor has indicated that he wishes to take 5 days, as he's entitled to do, to consider the amended budget. At the end of that 5 days, the Mayor will be able to choose to either accept the budget as it's been amended tonight, to re-propose his original budget back to the Council, or to propose an alternative budget. In either case, the Council will reconvene on the 2nd of March to consider the Mayor's proposal, and there will be no further vote or further debate tonight, so that brings this meeting to an end. Thank you very much. We'll see you on the 2nd of March.